yeah, thank you, Madam Suhaila, as our MC for today's training. All right, so I'm so grateful and so happy to see everybody here. Okay, and yeah, of course, for today's session, there will be lots of sharing session. Okay, sharing not only from me, but also I would love to hear from our fellow participants. All right, so because we come from different areas. I mean, not only from outside Malaysia, but even in Malaysia, we come from different, background, different class structure, different school. So yeah, it would be, beautiful if we could, have some sharing. And as Madam Suhaila mentioned before, okay, we will have a few slots today, which actually will be divided into 3 sections. So we'll have the first session is 9 until 10:30, which is I will covering the physical arrangement and organization of materials. And then next session will be on 10:45 a.m. until 1 p.m. I will cover on the schedule review strategies and behavioral strategies. A little bit of hint or gist before you go even detail with Dr. Shailati tomorrow. Okay, well, I'll touch a bit on that. And for our afternoon session, so I will be doing our breakout room. Okay, so for our breakout room, I will be covering mostly on the organization of physical classroom arrangement. Okay, this one I will explain to you when we go through our first session this morning. Okay, is that okay? Can we have some thumbs up? Okay, can we have some thumbs up? All right. Okay, all right. So I will start sharing my PowerPoint. But before that, as mentioned by Puan Suhaila before, so currently I work as a special education lecturer in Institut Pendidikan Guru or Teachers Education campus in North Malaysia. Okay, North Malaysia. So I currently work in Kedah. So if you all know Kedah, anybody knows Kedah? Where is it located? Kedah. All right, it's near to Thailand, of course. And I live in Perlis. So Perlis is just a border to Thailand. Really near, but I hope that I can visit Thailand in a short, in a near time. Yeah. All right. So, and currently I'm teaching teachers training in Kedah. All right. So, and also we have formed an NGO, non-organizational association, okay, under the name of Prestec, and we have this center for youth with special needs. Yeah, we have a center here. Okay, so currently we have 15 students, including my son. Okay, so my son Arif Farhi is 18 years old. He has autism and ADHD. So he's currently also learning in this center. And my number two, my youngest one, Adil Koyum, is 10 years old. He has autism, and also he's currently attending inclusive education in primary school, yeah, in Perlis too. Okay, so if you have any question, probably we'll be also sharing regarding inclusive education or how to set up the classroom to fit the needs of every student. We will also be covering on modification and also accommodation that we should do for each of our special needs students. Okay. All right. So I will share my PowerPoint right now. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me clearly, participants?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Can you hear me clearly?
Right. All right. So this is so for today's for this morning's session. So I'll be covering physical arrangement and organization of materials. Okay. All right. Now, before we start, let's test our sight and hearing first. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay. So I would love for the participants to respond. Okay. You can, if you don't mind, maybe you can switch on your microphone, or you can also, if you're a bit shy, so maybe you can respond through chat. All right. Now, let's look at the first picture. All right. Okay. Okay. The top, okay, on the left side. Okay. What do you think is it?
Elephant ear.
Elephant ear.
Elephant's
Zebra.
elephant's ear.
Elephant
ears.
ear. And then the
Zebra.
second one.
Elephant and then zebra.
Elephant, fish.
Middle one. Fish.
And fish.
Number two,
And
fish.
Number two is
number
lantern.
2 is
Then
lantern.
zebra.
Number 3 is zebra.
Number 3, zebra. Okay. Okay.
Zebra.
Right. Let's see whether you guess it correctly.
Funny.
Yes. Okay. Good job. Everyone has a very sharp eye. Okay. Even with the just one side of the ear, you can guess what is it. Okay. So the first one is the elephant's ear. Number 2 is it's not a fish, but what is it? What is this?
Tanglong.
Yeah, tanglong. Tanglong
It's
or
a lantern.
Yeah, because we are near to
Lantern.
Chinese New Year, right? Okay, and the third one
Yes.
is the zebra, of course. Okay, now let's go to the hearing section. Let's hear. Okay, what is it? What's the sound? Okay, let's hear the first sound. Are you ready?
Yes.
What sound is that?
Unggas.
Crickets. Crickets. Cricket.
Unggas. Cricket. Okay, correct. Okay, correct. Okay, meaning you hear attentively. Very good. Okay, what do you call it in another language? Cricket.
Unggas.
Unggas.
Yeah.
Unggas. Okay, other than that, maybe in
Cengkerik.
Cengkerik.
Cengkerik. In Bahasa Melayu, we call it cengkerik. How about in the Philippines? What do you call that? Cricket? Any participants from the Philippines? You call cricket also, okay.
Yes, mom. Cricket.
Oh, all right, good. Okay, how about Thailand?
Akachan.
Akachan.
Yes.
Oh, akachan, okay. Sounds like a Japanese word. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now let's go to the second sound. Are you ready? Okay, wait there. All right. Sound.
Wave.
Waterfall.
Okay, what's that sound? Can you guess?
This sound is waterfall.
Wave.
Waterfall,
Wave.
wave. Okay, other than that?
The sea breeze.
Yeah, waves from the beach. Yeah, we have got one answer. Okay, one answer correct. Okay, sound of the wave, splashing or smashing the beach. Yeah, okay, let's go to the next sound. Okay, are you ready? Okay.
Siren. It's a siren.
Yeah, what sound is that?
Siren.
Siren. Yeah.
Sirens.
We hear it all the time during this COVID, right? Yeah. And the last one, let's test our hearing for the last one.
The city.
Okay, what sound is that?
The hustle of the city.
Sorry?
The hustle of the city.
Household of the city. Okay.
No, hustle.
Hustle of the city. Okay, let's hear it again.
Bird. The bird.
Yeah, what kind of bird is that?
Seagull.
Seagull. Very good. Wow, you have a really sharp hearing. Yeah, sound of the, okay, seagull. Okay, correct. Okay, really good. Thank you participants for taking part in this our first section. So this is actually for us to like to get to know whether you get the information that I'm trying to share with you. Okay, so sorry. Okay, sound of the siren has come out. Okay, now let's go to
Fire engine.
sorry.
Fire engine.
Sorry, yeah, fire engine or a siren. That's the sound of the siren. Okay, participants, now let's go to our first section. Okay, our first section. Okay, today we are going to talk about physical arrangement of our classroom. Okay, so anybody wants to share? Okay, how many students that you have in your classroom? Anybody wants to share? How many students that you have in your classroom? Probably you have been assigned to one classroom, one specific classroom. How many students do you have? Okay, some have 9, 8, okay, 7, right? 8, all right. Some have even 3. Wow, that's miraculous. That's great. We have smaller number of students. Okay, we have 10, 6, yeah, 10. All right. Wow, we have 13, 12. My goodness. We have 3, 7. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. Okay, all right. So we'll see on the number of the students that we have and also how we should arrange our classroom. So we have Son, we have 50 students. Is it in one classroom?
Yes.
One classroom, 50 students. Is this a special education classroom, ma'am? Special education classroom or mainstream classroom?
Main classroom.
Mainstream classroom. It's not a special education classroom, right?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that's why I asked, because for special education of special needs students is a bit the number is quite big. Yeah. Now maximum 7 for deaf. Yeah. Okay, Madam Dayang, Shafika. All right, now let's look at the thinking tracks. Okay, thinking tracks. Okay, thinking tracks is actually normally when we want to do some planning or we have some thoughts. Okay, these thinking tracks is actually the sign of like, you should rethink what you might have right now. So thinking tracks is like what you think right now might be a mistake. Okay, or probably your behavior towards what you should do as a special education teacher, or probably to set a arrangement for your classroom. Okay, number one is, okay, probably someone would be thinking about, why go to all the trouble arranging my room just so? Why? Because I'm satisfied with what I have right now. So why do I have to make an other arrangement for my student? Or probably you think that, okay, this works right now for my students, so I don't need to rearrange my classroom anymore. Okay, so this is one of the thinking tracks. So you have to rethink again, okay, as we go along this session. Number 2, the thinking tracks. Okay, I like my students to work wherever they feel comfortable. Okay, so I like my students to work wherever they feel comfortable. Okay, so you have to look at the function of your classroom, whether you want to make them comfortable, or you want them to increase their focus and will be able to take part in the classroom, to maximize their participation in the classroom. Okay, and then next one is, I don't have enough furniture or space to make special areas in my classroom. I believe that many of you have had these thoughts, right? Okay, can I have some raise of hand raise of if you have these thoughts? I don't have enough furniture or space to make special areas in my classroom. Anybody have that thoughts? Anybody have that thoughts? No? Okay, can I get some response? Yes or no? Do you have that thoughts of I don't have enough furniture or space to make?
No, no.
No. So you think that you have enough space?
Yes, because I'm from the special school.
So you are from special school, so you have been
Yeah.
given all the materials and the facilities and the furnitures are all enough for you to set up a
Yeah,
suitable
yeah.
classroom for your students?
Yes, but some of them is not suitable to individuals. I think I have to apply on my knowledge to make a good one. But
Yeah. So of course, when we want to plan the structure of our classroom, we have to look at our students' need, right?
yes,
Yes. Okay. Right. Thank you for your response. Yeah. So in the chat box, I can see that yeah, there are actually some response who said that yeah, they don't have enough space, not conducive. Okay, and space quite limited. Okay, limited space. So most of the response are regarding the space. The limited space actually hindrance our, you know, of course, as teachers, we are like so motivated and we were like so, enthusiastic in planning our classroom structure to maximize the function of our classroom. But because of the limited space, that hinders us to do so. Okay, now as we go along, we'll discuss this over. Okay, all right, now let's look at the next one. Thank you for the response. Okay, Puan Zuzita, very limited space for my 57 students. Oh my goodness. Of course, you have big number of students. So with limited space, yeah, definitely will affect your planning as for the structure and also the layout of your classroom to maximize. And for Fatima, yes, especially during pandemic, we need more space for SOPs. Yes. How many of you have seen, I don't know, I've seen this video online where they have this, designated space for each student. They draw or they put tapes on the floor, and the students are not allowed to, move out from their space or the space that created using the tape. Anybody of you have come across to that video? Anybody of you have crossed that video where in the classroom, so the teacher paste tape like a space, a personal space for the students, and the students are not allowed to go out from their space. Yes, yeah, Puan Majidah, yeah, you have seen that. Yeah, so far no. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really remember. Special pupils, yeah, they have it in special education and also for preschool. I think the video that I saw is preschool video, classroom preschool video, where they have the students to sit in their own designated space and they are not allowed. But of course, we would not be able to control the movement of our students, right? So it's difficult for us to control their movement. All right. So of course, I open here these comments. Okay, as we begin to assess teachers arrangement. In arranging their classroom. So and we acknowledge that these concerns are valid actually, and also we all know that the arrangement of classroom is a very hard physical labor. Of course, when we Google classroom or special classroom or best classroom, of course, we'll see lots of decoration, very sophisticated, IT or, furnitures, and we hope we have that too. All right, so now let's look at the benefits of well-designed classroom. So well-designed classroom doesn't mean we have all the high-end materials or the furnitures or how beautiful is it, but we have to think about well-designed classroom, meaning the classroom that we design is functional. Okay, usually I use tape for behavioral problem as boundary for the child not to move around. Yeah, that's probably a good idea for them to know which space is, what's the function of the space. Okay, so we'll go to that. Some use tape and some even use carpet. You know carpet, when they have one carpet where, when the students have behavioral issues, so the students are supposed to sit on the carpet. Yeah, that also happens. Okay. All right. So now let's look at the benefits of a well-designed classroom. So number one, okay, it is to respect physical boundaries. So of course, as we all know, with the COVID-19, so the students are not supposed to stay so close to each other. So, and also we have to teach them how to respect their physical boundaries so they know where they should stay. All right. And number two, the benefits of well-designed classroom, okay, is to form or to assign activities in specific area of the classroom. For example, if we want to do a circle time, for example, so for circle time, we will have one designated place where it is near to the screen or near to the whiteboard, or probably if you have like television or computer screen, so they are near to the whatever resources that they are going to get. If they say too far for it, so it will be quite difficult for them to take part or to listen or to see what the teacher is trying to share with them. Okay, so the activity, the area must be suitable to the activities that you have planned. All right. Okay, and then another benefit is acceptable and expected behavior in specific location. Okay, like one of our friends just now shared. Okay, Siti Salama. Okay, she shared about, she put a designated area, she put tape, okay, to show that this is the area that, if the student, making or come up with a behavioral issue, they should stay in that space, okay? But it still have to be in our classroom, okay? So they have to know, okay, when they are at the table, what they're supposed to do, what are the rules, okay, how they're supposed to behave, okay? All right, and then proper room arrangement or predictability, okay? As for this, okay, so we want our students to, have proper room arrangement, provide predictability. Or what is it? What does it means? Okay, which is it has calming effect, okay, on many students. Okay, when students are better able to understand the environment, okay, and they are also able to anticipate what is coming next, okay, and then they tend to be less apprehensive, or they will be more understanding of what's coming next. Okay, their mental states are more conducive to learning new material, and a decreased anxiety typically translate into a decrease of misbehavior as well. Okay, because like for example, for if they stay in the direct teaching area, what they're supposed to do, they're supposed to face the teacher, they're supposed to listen to the teacher and take part in the lesson. Okay, and the last one is classroom materials are readily accessible. Okay, this is especially for individual learning. We'll go to that later for individual learning, where in the classroom, we sometimes we do our lesson in small group or sometimes in big group, but sometimes we want them to work individually. So we'll go to that later. All right, so now let's look at what happens when you are not well prepared. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, I'm sharing Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right, let's look at what happened to his classroom. I don't know whether you have seen this movie before. This is back in 1992, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's have a look.
First day?
Yes,
I'll take care of her.
thank you.
You know, kindergarten is like the ocean. You don't want to turn your back on it.
Oh, they're okay. Don't worry. Everything is under control. No. Monsters! What are you doing with this?
Aren't you gonna break it up? No, 2 more days of this, and you'll quit.
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay, that's it. So how many of you would be that teacher where you become green and you will be like, you know, you'll be able to control your emotion if you see your students like that in the classroom. Okay, so of course, as you can see, what happens in the classroom actually? Anybody wants to share? What can you see? What happens in the classroom that make the teacher become like that? Anybody wants to share? Okay, can we have somebody to share what you saw just now in the movie? Okay, in the beginning, no rules. Yeah, in the beginning, the teacher is so, you know, confident that he's able to control the classroom. Okay, chaos, uncontrolled, student out of control, very noisy, no preparation, no rules. Yes, of course, there's no rules there. All right. Okay, chaos, uncontrolled. Yeah, it's uncontrollable. Okay, poor classroom management, out of control. Okay, all right. Thank you for the response. Yeah, of course, when we enter classroom, it's like we are, you know, in the battlefield. So of course, we should do preparation first. Well, we have should come up with a plan or make a preparation first. So should give them activities before leave the classroom. Yeah, because this is a new teacher. So that is the first time he's coming in the classroom. So probably the students also don't know what to expect from the teacher, and also the teacher don't know what to expect from the students. Okay, oh, sorry. All right, now, we should watch this movie. What is the title, Puan? Okay, I will share with you in the chat after this. Okay, okay, I will, yeah, you should watch this movie. Actually, there are lots of other clips, very funny clips that you can see. Yeah, and also, yeah, we'll see how our bulky and very masculine Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger becomes a preschool teacher. Okay, all right. And he has been training the students with police rules and everything. Kindergarten Cops, yeah, correct. That's the title, Kindergarten Cops. Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Pan Suzita. Okay, all right, now, thanks. Okay, now, let's look at this picture or this image. Okay, so now this is actually in a different manner. This is how we look at our classroom. Imagine you have a piece of land. Okay, imagine that you have a piece of land. So to maximize the use of the function of your land, of course, you have to do planning, some planning. So think of your classroom space as a valuable real estate, because if you arrange it, I mean, the best as you could, and it will bear positive outcome. Okay, so in a well-designated special education classroom, the classroom activities that are to take place and the needs of the student must be considered when planning the arrangement of the classroom furniture, okay, and where the instructional areas will be located. So defining and clarifying the physical space in the classroom enables students to anticipate the activity, okay, and also your classroom is a valuable real estate, as I mentioned before. So this means that every square foot, every space in the classroom needs to be used for activities that support student learning, and the use must be maximized. Okay, and when you're making decision about arranging your classroom, ask yourself, is this the best use of this space? Okay, you might already have your you might already plan your space, but you have to also keep on thinking, or probably have to realign or design your classroom to maximize the use over time. Okay, so you also have to ask the question, does the way I'm using this space help contribute to the success of my students? Okay, those are the questions you have to ask yourself. Okay, so now Here, well-defined areas clarify student expectation. I've been talking about this in the previous two PowerPoint. Okay, now let's look at what are the space that we need. Okay, for example, okay, in our homes and office, okay, we have certain areas that are used for specific activities. Okay, so we use the kitchen to cook, and we use the kitchen table to eat meals. Okay, for some people, like for myself, so we have these rules in our home where we don't eat in front of the television. Okay, or you know, we don't do our. I don't ask my student and my kids to, you know, do their homework at the kitchen table, for example. Okay, so of course we have to have that rule and also designated activities for each area. And true, there are things. Okay, there are things in both kitchen in the classroom. In both kitchen in bathroom and kitchen. We have sink. Okay, but brushing teeth is only expected to take place at the bathroom sink. Okay, so our student also at our home, we have to have designated activity and designated area, even though they have, some of them might have similar furniture or similar materials. Okay, now let's look at in the office. So in an office, specific area are used for individual work, while other areas are used for groups work or meetings. Okay, right? So we don't do meetings in the, you know, in the staff lounge, or we don't do in our cubicle. Okay, we do in the meeting room. Okay, so social conversation take place more than 10 employees. We do it in the meeting room, of course, because if we do it in a smaller space, it will not, you know, come up with a good outcome. All right, now let's look at the next one, the mindset. So in a well-designated classroom, specific area are dedicated for specific types of activity. Okay, next, let's look at the required areas. Okay, these are just suggestion of the required areas. Okay, and it depends on the need of our students in the classroom. So some of the areas, okay, are, okay, let's look at the areas. Okay, the first one is home base. Okay, so there are home base, direct teaching area, group instruction area, teacher work area, transition area, workstation, and also some additional areas that we could have. Okay, the first one is home base, where each of our students must have their own designated space or designated place, especially their chairs. They have their own chairs that they can sit. So probably some of you have you know, put label on the chair. Okay, put the student's name. Who have done that in the classroom? Anybody of the participant done that in your classroom?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, did you put names? And then other than that, what else do you put? Some of you might put names on the table also.
Also about their photo.
Sorry?
Their photo.
Yeah, their photo. Yeah, that's photo. Yeah, both name and picture. That's great. Yeah, picture on the table, because we know that some of our students might not still have not acquired the reading skill, right? They don't know how to spell their names. Yeah, so putting their picture will help them to recognize. So this is my space. This is my picture. So this is my space. Yeah, full name. Yeah, good. All right. Some they know their place and remember their name. Yeah, some of them, even though they don't know how to spell, but they recognize the spelling of their name, right? Yeah. So yeah, some of them, yeah, you put full name, or some even put shorter name. Yeah, for the teachers. The username that they call their students. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. So now, like their peers in general education classroom, so each student in your classroom needs his or her on desk or home base. So what do you mean by when we talk about home base? So home base is used for variety purposes. Okay, it is a place where students do independent work, and then sometimes also for them to check their schedule and also prepare for transition. Okay, as we all know, in special education classroom, we can either have, one schedule for the whole group or the whole class, and sometimes we can also have one specific schedule for individual students. Depends on the level of the student, because not all students, because we know that some of our students take more time to complete work or complete tasks given by the teacher, so probably the schedule is different, among the students. Okay. All right, now let's look at determining where home base will be located. So for behavioral issue students, okay, some of them might be, grabbing materials from other students' desks, okay, and also touching other students or exiting the classroom without permission. Okay. Any of you have come up with, faced with this issue before? Okay. Any of your students, yeah, they love to, take their friends' things. Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely, yes. Okay. So they have to know their personal space, and also to get them to know where they should sit. And they have their own chairs to get them, to make the space their own personal space. Yeah. They love to touch with no reason. Yeah, of course. Yeah, they just love to touch because that's probably their way of, interacting and socializing with their friends. Sometimes they don't know what to say. So touching their friend is actually some sort of communication and interaction. Yes. Okay, all right. Yes, yeah, some sort of communication. Very good. All right. Yes, autism kids just take their friends' answer. Yeah, of course, with autism kids, their main impairment is social communication, right? Social emotion and social communication. So of course, they are lacking in that. So they don't know how to ask for permission. They don't know how to, get their friends' attention. So they just grab things. But we, as teachers, we have to teach them, what you're supposed to do. The steps of, getting their friends' attention, the positive attention or negative attention. That's where we come to Dr. Shai tomorrow with our behavioral issue. All right, and then the size and shape of your classroom. So yeah, of course, depending on the size of the classroom, because I heard that some of you, quite a number of our participants today talk about limited space in the classroom. The classroom is not conducive. So when this classroom is limited, when the area is limited, so how do we go about it? How do we maximize the function of our classroom? And then the permanent fixtures such as sinks, kitchen appliances, restroom, and built-in such as cabinets and shelves. Okay, so this also very important. Like for example, if we have toilet in the classroom, or if we have toilet outside of the classroom, so how we do go about, with the access of the student to the toilet. For example, we want to do toilet training. Okay, how do we arrange our classroom so that the student know how to move about within the given area? All right, now let's go to the next video. So this is the video of a class structure in a center. So Genius Kunia. So Genius Kunia, because I worked in Genius Kunia before, in 2017 until 2019, I worked in Genius Kunia for 2 years. So Genius Kunia is an early intervention center for kids with autism. All right, and in Genius Kunia, okay, they have designated, areas and also arrangement of the classroom to help the students. And in Genius Kunia, not only that they have a class for autism students, but also they have also class for kids with cerebral palsy. Okay, now let's look at how the structure of the classroom in Genius Kunia for cerebral palsy classroom.
hari ni kita ulang kaji yang semalam kita belajar. Okey? Okey. Syairah baca tau yang teacher tunjuk ni. Okey. Baca kuat-kuat. Ma. Okey, very good. Okey, baca ni bunyi apa? Bola. Ayam. Pizza. Wah, very good. Good job.
Okay, so that's it. A bit sharing on the class arrangement for cerebral palsy classroom in Junior Kunia. So you can see that there are different areas in the classroom. Okay, some of them is for exercise. So some of them is for direct teaching. Some is for group arrangement, group instruction, and for eating. Okay, for direct learning. Okay, so we can see the functions of the structure of the classroom actually plays in, you know, maximize the function of the, the learning of the students. Okay, so as you can see in the video just now, so the activities plan is also must be, you know, the activities that you plan must also suit the classroom structure. Okay, now, right now. Okay, now let's go to the group instruction area. So group instruction area, so small group area, and also some might have area for craft area. So why we set up and use two different area for this activity? Okay, first, okay, the type of instruction in the two areas might be different. Okay, so one may require pencil or paper or reading materials, where students likely using materials independently, and some might require materials for activities such as painting projects, where students may be sharing materials or working together on the activity. All right, so and then also art and craft and cooking activities, okay, is very interactive. So we might need the students to work closer to the sink. Okay, so that's the area that would be helpful, so that the student does not need to, move too much in the classroom or too far, and also will help the teachers to make the student move independently and with minimal supervision. Okay, because if the place like sing is outside the classroom, so it's quite risky for the student to go by themselves. But if they are familiar with the space already, so there's no problem. All right, now let's look at this is also considered as small group classroom instruction. Okay, so let's look at the lesson in the classroom.
Okey, kita tengok recognize. Yang pertama kena senang. Yang kedua duduk dengan betul. Tangan atas meja. Ama? Yang ketiga pandang depan. Yang keempat dengar guru.
Pandang depan.
Okey. Fatimah Marisa. Okey, baca perkataan di bawah dengan sebutan yang betul.
Okay, so this is just an example of the classroom instruction. Okay, for this setting, okay, so the teacher is teaching the student similar topic, or probably talking about the topic they have learned before, or probably the information that the students got, okay, probably what they have learned in the previous lesson. So for small group instruction, okay, it will be helpful if the teacher have covered the topic, and for the new topic, it will be helpful for the student to have a smaller group, so that they can have more focused lesson, because of course we know that our students have different level, right? So depending on the level of the student, so the instruction also have to be suitable for each of the student. But for big group lesson, so must be the topic that the student have learned before. All right. So as for the required area, next one is the teacher work area. So now I want to get feedback from the teachers here. So we have all teachers here. So how do you assign, or how do you, show this is your area that and your students are not supposed to, be touching or taking things from the teacher's work area. Okay, can I have some sharing? Signboard, yeah. Okay, signboard. Other than that, what do you do? What did you do to help students understand? Of course, we will be needing to tell them this is a teacher's area. You're not supposed to touch things. You're not supposed to take things from my desk. Okay, not play with my computer if you have computer on your desk. Okay, partition, setting rules. Okay, other than that, teacher's picture on the chair. Yeah, of course. Same with the student's chair just now. Say you have your private, you have your designated area. So teacher also have designated area. So we have to, agree to, okay, everybody has their own area, then not touching or not taking other people's things. Okay, label, softboard with teacher's name and picture. Yeah, very good. Okay, other than that, what else did you do? Okay, habituation. Okay, can you explain a bit what do you mean by habituation? Like make it as a habit that you're not supposed to, touch people's, teachers' things or go to the teacher's working area. Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about honoring and respecting boundaries. Okay, respecting boundaries. So as I mentioned before, okay, some of you might put tapes on the floor to show to the students that this is a specific area, probably you're not supposed to cross, or this is specific area for specific activity. As for teachers area, you can also do that, okay? Because some places or sections of the classroom are off limits, okay, to them, and also the importance of gaining permission to enter. So for example, if we want your students to, okay, could you please help me take my cellophane tape on the table? So the student might need to, ask for your permission first, okay, if you want to get something from the teachers area, your labels and pictures, okay? Good. Importance of and then importance of boundaries and private areas, and also appropriate work habit. Yeah, so they have to know this. But of course, in the beginning, the student might not be able to, understand why is it that they cannot enter this area, what is it, or they will just grab things or do whatever they want in the classroom, where they should know there are rules in the classroom that they have to obey. Okay, so as a teaching tool, having a specific and well-designed teacher work area allows opportunities to teach students the importance, concept, or honoring and respecting boundaries, and students must learn that some places or section of classroom are off limit. Okay, and also this directly translates the appropriate work habit that will require for successful employment of our students in the future. So they have to know there are specific areas, specific rules that they have to follow, right? Next required area is direct teaching area. Okay, direct teaching area. Okay, so what is direct teaching area? Okay, direct teaching area is because special education falls significantly behind this peers in academic, or some of them might have falls behind in behavior issue or functional living skills or intensive instruction crucial for the academic success. Okay, so through the level of intensity will likely differ for individual of students. So to do that, to help them, okay, so the teacher must, have, so direct teaching is a teaching method, okay, that consists teacher-driven approach. Okay, where teacher present the information to the students, okay, and learn the definition of direct instruction, explore the differences between direct instruction and constructive. Okay, now let's look at what is direct teaching. Straightforward, explicit teaching techniques to teach specific skill. Okay, word chat, yes. Present the information directly to the student and match the type of instruction to the task given. Yeah, so I can see that some daily activity board, okay, word chat, comfortable area. Okay, now let's look at what does it mean by direct teaching and how it looks like. Like if you want to teach your student reading skill or probably reading different levels, so we have to do direct teaching first before we teach them in a bigger group. But this doesn't go to every student. Some of the student might need direct teaching and some of the student might not need direct teaching. Okay, let's look at the video here. Okay, there has been an issue with the video. Okay, I will react. Okay, so I will stop share. All right, so I suppose we have been on the screen for 1 hour already. So how are you all participants? I believe, do you need take 5? You need take 5? Yes? Yes, please. Okay, all right. So anybody else need take 5? All right, okay, okay. All right, so we'll have take 5, okay, for a moment. Maybe you can like grab some drinks or you can go ease yourself, okay, and yeah, toilet break, of course, okay. So we'll go with take 5. Or you've been 1 hour on the chair, of course we need to move, you need to stretch out a bit, okay. So yeah, so I'll see you in 5 minutes time. Okay, is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, right. Let's take 5. Okay, thank you. Okay, has everybody taken their take 5? Did you manage to get some drinks? Yes? All right, so I've been meaning to share this video. All right, so okay, so I have this video, but it got lost in the PowerPoint. So I will add it again. Okay. We'll do more on discussion on our classroom structure after this. Okay, there will be more interactive. I know this is a bit on more on sharing on my side, but we'll have sharing on your side later. Yeah. So, all right. So I will try to play this video. Okay. So are you all ready? So this is an example of this is example of how the teacher use direct teaching in the classroom. Okay, so this is for teaching reading. Okay, wait. I think this is for. Right, this is for direct. Okay, I will share another one. Stop share. So I will share my own PowerPoint. Wait, sorry for the technical issue here because I lost my video in my PowerPoint. So I will share another one. All right. So yeah. Okay, hopefully we can play this video to see how direct teaching happens in the classroom. So of course we know that the teachers would have more students in the classroom, right? So not all students would need this direct teaching method. This only applies to students who need extra explanation or extra, teaching details for them to understand. So probably the instruction would also need to suit our students. So let's see, like this teacher, she's teaching reading. Okay. Oh my goodness. Right. So I think I lost the video. My goodness. Wait, this is not supposed to be the video. I'm sorry. Kemahiran membaca. Kemahiran membaca. Okay, I have it here. So I will play the video directly from the source. Okay, I'm so sorry. I lost this video before. So I need to find it in the original original source. Okay, right. So hopefully you can see the video here. So let's see whether you can see. Okay, this is the direct teaching method where for some of the students who are, who need extra attention or extra explanation from the teacher. So you need one space for the teacher to sit with the student. Okay, so this is some of the example of the steps on teaching reading where it requires the direct teaching method. Okay, anybody of the participants here who use direct teaching in the classroom? Anybody use direct teaching in the classroom? Yes or no? Have you ever used direct teaching in the classroom? It might not be for each of the every student, but yeah, some student might need direct teaching. Yes, okay, yes, but after PDP session, yeah, some direct teaching session does not only happens in the classroom. It can also happens in the probably in the teachers, staff room. Like for some school in Malaysia, we have staff room. So sometimes we bring in our student in the classroom, in the staff room, right? Yeah, yes, okay. Pernah before this? Yes, yes. Direct teaching is go one by one. Yes, this is go one by one. But sometimes it can also happen in small group. Sometimes it can also happen in small group where you have quite a similar level of student where they need more information or more explanation from the teacher, and this can happen before lesson or after lesson. It can happen before lesson or after lesson. All right. Okay. Now let's go to the next one. So that is direct teaching. Okay. Now let's go to the next area. Sorry. Okay, so next area is required area is transition area. So transition area, what is transition area? Okay, so let's look at transition area. Do you have transition area for your classroom? You have transition area before the kids go into the classroom for students who need extra guidance and do exercise. Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah. Yes, correct, Panuru Shafika. Okay, all right. So let's look at transition area. So what is transition area? So they look like, it actually depends on your class. Sometimes it located in front of your classroom, or sometimes it is located in your classroom. So some might choose to separate the area. Some might use chairs or mats on the floor, or a rug or a bench on the floor, and this indicate the student where they should sit and sit or stand. Okay, because for transition area, this is especially when the student go out for the recess. Okay, and when they want to come in the classroom again, so what they should do. So transition area, so it can be a separate area at the student desk or open the location where students check their schedule at the beginning or at the end of the lesson. Okay, and also transition area generally helps to discourage pushing and touching, because when they are waiting, so of course it's hard for them to, to sit still, and they have, when they are too close to their friends, so pushing and touching might happen. All right. So now let's look at this video of getting in the classroom. Some of the ideas of, to get the students to anticipate the next activity. This is one of the method used.
I love SEAMEO. I love SEAMEO. I love SEAMEO. We love SEAMEO. We really, really love SEAMEO. We love SEAMEO. I love SEAMEO. I love SEAMEO. I love SEAMEO. We love SEAMEO. We really, really love SEAMEO.
Okay. Any of the participants use this method? Okay. I believe some of you might use this method before. Okay, all right. So meaning no is for, meaning you don't have transition area? Okay, right. Okay, so you don't have transition area. Okay, transition area is needed, okay, for them to understand they are going through the next phase of the next phase of the transition, what they're supposed to do next. Okay, no, would love to, but then social distancing rules happen. This is pity, yeah, of course. But sometimes transition activity might not need touching, activities. Sometimes they can do dancing, sometimes they can, you know, do the tree clapping. Sometimes they can, you know, ask them to jiggle around, something like that. But we have to, you know, adjust to the situation right now. But of course, as teachers, we would love to do these activities, right? Transition activities. Okay, and next one is workstation. So workstation. Okay, so of course, for some of the some of the classroom, we will have this very nice cubicle where the student would have their own individual area. So yeah, of course, it's actually not a must for them to have their their barrier in the left or the right side. But if they could have that, it would be better because it will help to lessen this distraction from their friends. From their near place, or distraction from for their side. Okay, and of course, I would strongly suggest for the teacher to set up a workstation for every classroom. Okay, to teach the students independent work habit. Okay, a workstation is a place for individual students to begin a task. Okay, do the task, finish the task, and put the finished task away with assistance. So they have their what do you call that? The process of the task where they should take the task, do the task, and also put away the task. So for in the finishing box. Okay, and the use of workstation is an instructional strategy that teaches appropriate work habit and independence. And for each workstation, you will need a desk or a table. Does it need to be a cubicle or a place to put the work or assignment? So it is actually a process. Okay. All right. Now let's look at how the individualization works. All right. So wait. We'll go to the first video then. Okay, we'll go to this. Okay. So this one they use sister tugasan kerja. Can see in the video, so the left side the teacher assigned for the source of the work to be given to the students. So they have this shelf, 3-tier shelf. Okay, so the first task is on the top, the second task is in the middle, and the last task is at the bottom of the shelf. So the student would know, so they have to take the first task first, do the task, and then put in the finishing box on the right side. Okay, so this is it, like a All right, so So the work assignment, the work assignment must be easy access for the students, okay? So the assignment and finished work areas are usually placed next to the workstation, very close to the student. And then if the student is physically active and need to move quite frequently, so locating the work in a short distance away so that he must leave his seat. Okay, so don't put it too far away. If they start moving, so it's difficult for them to come back to their place. And then some teachers use stack rolling bins, shelf, and filling bins on the floor beside the student's chair to, to limit the student's movement. And whenever the work is placed, okay, it is important that student can access it quickly and easily so that they know, they understand what they're supposed to do next. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, workstation. Next is okay, this is the requirement for workstation. So the materials must be near to workstation and then near to finished box, and purposeful movement, limit movement and access quickly. And so this is like the personal office, what they're supposed to do. Okay, so the workstation, sometimes referred to the office, it is usually placed in a quieter area in the classroom and often faces the wall. Okay, so the workstation must be used for independent work, jobs and tasks, and also when the student requires separate area which they work away from the rest of the class. And then for this reason, so the area relatively free distraction. It must be free distraction, okay, and also because this will help them to work independently more effectively. All right. Okay, and then the technology area, of course, if we could have technology area, so to put our computer, to put our probably radio or CD player for the students to get access to it, and also additional areas such as art and craft, eating and cooking areas, and also personal hygiene area. This is to teach them personal care, and also sensory area, and also recreational and leisure activity area. Okay, so this is some of the picture. All right. Okay, now this is the sample of the whole classroom structure. I'm sharing the class structure in Genius Korea, but in the breakout room later, I would want you to come up with your floor plan of how you want your classroom to, the layout of your classroom, and how is the arrangement of the classroom help maximize your students' learning. Okay, let's look at this video. So this is the arrival area. Yeah? Okay, this is the arrival area where the students, they have this card holder where when the student arrive, they will be given a class card, and then the student would need to put the class card in the box. Okay, and then this is the attendance, that what they're supposed to do. Okay, and then a picture of their classroom. So in Genius Punya, the students are given different classroom depending on their level of learning. This is class banana, class pisang. Okay, this is the step. How they're supposed to, put their things when they arrive. Okay, and then the cupboard. Okay, the back rack, also their names and their picture there, and put picture of bag, so for them to put their bag, and then the communication book. Okay, their food container. They're supposed to put that, not put everywhere, because there is for easy access, so that they know when they are thirsty, they know that they're supposed to, grab their bottle there. And then this is for blanket, and also their pillow for short nap. Okay, in Genius Punya, they have, it is a full day program. Okay, and then this is what you're supposed to do. Wash your hands, sit down. Okay, Nabi doa. And then eat. This is a routine for eating. This is after you eat. So what you're supposed to do, wash your hand, okay, wash the dishes, and then wipe the desk, and then clean the floor, and then also put the chair back. This is the pantry. So what you're supposed to do to have in your pantry. This is not a must, okay, but it would be good if you can have pantry for students. I mean, for them to like, wash their plates and everything. So what are the things that you have in the pantry? You have plates, you have fork and spoon. And then this is urus diri. This is for the student after they take bath. Okay, you prepare the mirror for them to comb their hair. Okay, this is the toilet. Okay, this is the refrigerator. So there are actually rules on how to use the refrigerator. So you have to ask for permission. Okay, you have to open and close the refrigerator slowly. And this is the teacher's area. Teacher's area. So you can see there's red tape there. So the students are not supposed to go into the teacher's area. And this is the classroom rules. Okay, put up their hands if they have anything they want to say. Then walking instead of running. Then love their friends, sharing, and then speak with a decent voice level, sit properly, hands on them, not touching their friends. And then this is the smart board instruction. Okay, what they're supposed to do when they are at the smart board, or probably at the whiteboard, or in the LCD. Okay, and also the area you can see there. Okay, you can see that there's this is for group activity area. Okay, group activity area. So and this is the material for group activity area. So this is the small group or direct teaching area. Direct teaching area. And then at the back, they have sensory area and also play area. Okay, and the materials for play area is here. Okay. Okay, this is where the teacher and the students sit for direct teaching. It can be in small group or it can be one-to-one. Okay, and for each of the table, you will see there's rules there. Okay, what they're supposed to do, they're supposed to keep quiet and then sit properly and also listen to the teacher. Okay, each one of the table, they have the instruction for the students to understand that what they're supposed to do. So these are the materials. For this classroom, this is a preschool classroom where the level is quite high. So they don't have a cubicle, or they don't have an individual cubicle workstation for the classroom. Instead, they do their individual work at their desk. So this is the file. All right. The class schedule. This is the overall, the general class schedule. All right. And also the play area, what they're supposed to do. Okay, share. And then easy access for the students. Okay, reading area. And this is actually the document, the student document. Their individualized educational plan. Put there. Okay, some of the activities there at the reading or the play area. All right, so that's it for play area. and also can be a sensory area too. Some of the area can be, the function can be shared. Okay, these are the toys. It is labeled, okay, with picture and also with word label for the students to know where they're supposed to put their toys. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so as for the physical arrangement, okay, so as for individual arrangement, it depends on the space of your classroom and also the design of the classroom and the level of the classroom. Like for example, if you have smaller groups of students where they need individual coaching or individual teaching, so you might need to have one direct teaching and also one cubicle for each of the students for them to get direct teaching, and also after that they can have individual work done to teach them independent. All right, so yeah, I think that's it for our first session this morning. Okay, bear in mind that all these areas, okay, I want you to in the breakout room later, so I would need each of the participants to discuss what is it that you plan to have. Okay, number one, you have to think about what you have, what you already have in your classroom, and then sit together and also discuss on how you could draw the layout of the classroom to maximize the usage of the classroom. So probably you could also, discuss on the number of students, and then probably their categories of the students. Some might have deaf student, some might have student with learning disability, some might have a student with physical disability. So that would also need to be a consideration for that. All right, so for our first session, we will end this session now. But before that, I would also would want to welcome if you have any question. Yeah, hi. Okay, any question, any question that you're not clear of? All right, so later I would want you to also think of like what you already have. So I want to hear about that first. I would want you to share on that first, and then we will think about how we could, maximize the use of the structure of the classroom. All right, so hi madam, I have a question. Do we supposed to paste poster on the wall or keep the wall clean? Okay, this is regarding the materials, right? You're talking about materials, right, Miss Agnes? Yes, materials. Yeah, of course. If when we look at other people's classroom, there will be tendency of the classroom to be like colorful and lots of materials. Would be lots of things pasted on the walls, but there are actually some concerns regarding this practice actually, because if the wall is too crowded, probably it can, distract the student. Okay, do you agree with that, Miss Agnes? Okay, yeah, it can cause distraction. Okay, so with that, we would want to, minimize the picture on the wall. So as the video that you saw before, yeah, there are actually pictures, but not too much, right? But some, I know that some of the teachers, they are so creative and they want to put as much as decoration in the classroom, but make sure that the decoration is not too much and does not distract the students, especially for students with learning disability and also students with autism. They are easily distracted. That's why the classroom in Jenis Punya, they are like not much decoration there. If you are using tape, if you are using tape or pictures for setting boundaries or setting rules, is it permanent all year round? It's not necessarily permanent all year round. Like for example, if you want to you know, design your classroom maybe in the early of the year. Probably you want to have the play area at the back, because probably your student might also need the area for behavioral intervention area or like a sensory area. So want to move the area at the back of the classroom so that it will not distract our other student. Of course, we will have the student to scream and shout and show behavioral issue. So you don't want that area to be too close to the other friends. Okay, they just put at the back a bit. But as your students get better and you can adjust the area into play area, which is actually should be a positive area. So you can move the area a bit nearer to the general area or the group instruction area, because of course they already understand the rules. They know they're not supposed to make too much of noise when they are in the play area. So when they already understand the rules and the function of the area, yeah, you can always move the area. So the answer for Ms. Nartika is yes. It must be movable. It must be adjustable. It is not. It's not supposed to be the same area for the whole year now. Yeah. Okay, and then minimize posting of material. Yes, of course, minimize the posting of material. If you want to paste material on the wall, make sure it is functional. Make sure it is, what is it that you're trying to get the student to understand from the material. Okay. Yeah, minimize the number of, is it durable if the student use it and forget to return it or damage? You're talking, Miss Dian, you're talking about the material, the reading material, is it? Or the the toys? You're talking about the toys? Is it durable if student use it or forget to return it or damage? Could you please explain a bit on your question? Which one is the best between drawing picture or photo to use in the classroom? This is also a really good question. Okay, because we know that for our students, especially for learning disability students, they have their visual perception is a bit, sometimes they don't understand abstract input, right? So they might need to have access to real picture rather than cartoon or picture illustration. So this depends on your student, Ms. Pilawan Jekla. Okay, so depends on your student. Especially for individual schedule, I would suggest for you to use the specific student's picture, a specific student's picture. Or like, for example, you want to teach toilet training, if you cannot have the picture of the student, a specific student, you can have the picture wearing the same uniform. Like, for example, in junior school, they have blue uniform, right? So you can try to find the picture that has the blue uniform, even though it's not the student's real picture, so that they can relate that, oh, this is also a picture of the students in the school. So for example, if you have this student wearing white shirt in your school, so probably as for the picture, you have the picture of the activity wearing white shirt, so that they can easily relate to it. Okay, there's one very well organized class in junior school. However, our problem here is some of the people cannot see those PlayStation. They will tend to take and refuse to learn. So teachers have to hide all those stuff to get them learn first. Any suggestion for us here to make situation better? Yeah, of course. In the beginning, of course, the student would not understand what is the function of the area, each of the area. So that's why when we want to introduce each area, like for example, if we want to teach play area, we don't take out all the toys first. So probably we can have the toys keep in a cupboard, okay, and then we have to take out and then show to them, okay, this is play area, so you play toys during in this area. And then slowly you can slowly put the toys a bit at a time. So probably you have one container first at the play area, and then keep on reminding the students, okay, this is play area. After you play, you have to put away, you have to keep the toys back into the container. Okay, after you saw that your student already understand that there is play area, they are supposed to, you know, when they play, they have to play within the area, and then you have to return it, you have to put it back in the container. Slowly, you start increasing the number of the toys there. Okay, start adding to the second container, third container, and then in the end, of course, they will definitely understand. I will share one video. Okay, I hope that the video is here to make you understand better. Wait, I need to find first. Where's the or probably I'll try to see whether I have the video right now or I have to find it first. But yeah, okay, so I will try to find it first. So with that, can we have a break first before our second session? What's the suggestion for class color? This is also a very good question. So for class color, it's good to have a pastel color. Okay, not a bright color or too dark. Okay, the best is white. White or cream color, pastel color, very light color. If you want to put green, some teachers, of course, they want to have, a vibrant classroom, vibrant color. So make it like a very light green. Light green, light blue is acceptable. Pastel color would be best. Okay, this method provides an overview of daily routine school, which is really help the student and teachers. My question is, does it have impact on ever-changing daily life of this student? You're talking about routine, is it, Ms. Nuratika? Okay, so we have adopted this because Prof. Hasna Toran have shared with us in Brunei a few years ago. Alhamdulillah, it works well with our pupils. Yeah, of course. So yeah, because if you have you have designated and specific activities for each area, of course, it will help students to understand. This is actually the reason why we design our class that way, to help them understand. If we have every activities in only one area, so we'll confuse the student. So to help them understand. So Nur Atika means that, of course, okay, as for like for example, for the students to have designated area for designated activity for this for specific activity, this also applies at home. Like for example, at home they know that where they should eat, where they should do their work, where they should sleep, where they should take out their clothes, and they put after they take out their clothes, they put where they should put their clothes on. So we are teaching them to be independent. We want them not only to get instruction from the teacher or at home get instruction from the parents, but also they have to know how to work or to do their daily activity independently. So this will definitely help them. Okay, when you share this, it is good refresher for me. Alhamdulillah, it's a good sharing point. Yeah, I hope that's why I love to share video, because explanation alone, I think because I'm a visual person, I don't know about other participants, but I'm a very visual person. So that's why I love to share videos and pictures. So to get you to understand better. So I hope that with my sharing, you'll be able to understand better. But if you're not clear, you can ask any question, okay? All right, so we'll have, so now it's already 10:49. Is Madam Suhaila here? Is Madam Suhaila here? I think we would have 15 minutes break before our next slot, right? And with that time, I will also try to find the video that I mentioned before. But yeah, can somebody from SEAMEO SEN respond? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're supposed to end our first session at 10:30, but now it's already 10:50. So this is to give time for our participants to probably, take a break for a while. So
Okay.
yeah, so
Chopin, if you want to take a break, it's okay for us.
okay. So I think to go to the next session, I think better we take a break a while. So
Okay, fine.
can we have that 10 minutes break?
Chopin, we will have a 10 minutes break before to another session.
Yeah, so now it's already 10:50, so we'll meet again at 11. Is that okay?
Start at 11.
11 o'clock. Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay, Pan.
All right, so participants, can we do that? We'll meet at 11 o'clock. Okay, probably if you want to get some drinks, or want to get some tidbits. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so with that, so we'll see each other again at 11 o'clock. So please have a good refresher, and we'll come back at 11. Okay, see you.
Okay, thank you, Puan.
Okay. Yeah, I hope everybody has freshened up and managed to grab some drinks or maybe go to the toilet. All right, so yeah, we'll go to the next one, next session, which is our visual schedule and also visual schedule. Okay, wait, let me. Okay, but before that, I would want to share this one video that I mentioned before regarding how to teach our students regarding specific area in our classroom. For example, play area, how to teach them to understand that they're supposed to, after the time have finished, so how they're supposed to clean up and also return the toys or the whatever things that they take from the play area, okay, put it back before they proceed with the classroom session. Okay, and I open it just now. Where is it? Okay. All right. So I have this video, so I'll share first. Okay, so this is actually more of not only this is more on strategies, teaching strategies, which actually Dr. Shalati will touch on tomorrow. But I will share a bit the video on like because some of you already asked, so I will share the video first to get the idea of like how we're supposed to teach our students to after they have finished their session, their play session, so they're supposed to clean up. And in this video, this is a video in Genius Kunia where we teach parents on how to teach their kids. So when you see the adults clothing, you can see the staff in Genius Kunia, they're wearing blue shirt, but the parents, I think he's wearing either gray or black shirt. So we are actually teaching the parents on how to shape their kids behavior when they play after the time for play has ended. So we have to teach tell their kids to clean up and follow through. Okay, this is one of the technique, which is a follow through technique. Count down and follow through. So the son is actually screaming at that time. So the father just tell him to clean up and then follow through, modeling, showing him how to clean up. He's showing a behavior issue there where he's screaming and also to grab the parents' attention to show that he's frustrated and doesn't want to clean up, but have to show modeling and also follow through with the instruction given.
This video doesn't have the sound. We can't hear the sound, Madam Nazmi. Is there a sound to this video? Madam Nazmi? Madam Nazmin.
Sorry?
We can't hear the sound. Is there a sound, the volume?
Okay, wait. Okay. Sorry, I can't hear you.
It's
just now.
okay, it's okay. But we can see the video.
Okay, right. So I
watch
forgot to click the sound.
Okay.
Sorry for that. So yeah.
All right.
So the stage that I mean the process that I'm trying to explain here is that okay, in the beginning, so the father, so this is the father in the classroom, the black shirt man is actually the father, so the blue shirt man is actually the teacher, and this is also father of another child. So the teacher is actually teaching the parent on how to teach their kid to, you know, after they play. So the transition to the next activity is actually to tell this the kid to clean up, and then to model the behavior of cleaning up, how to clean up, and then follow through with the instruction. So here you can see, so the father is okay, and then even though the kid is screaming and doesn't want to cooperate with the instruction given, but the parents still follow through and tell the student, to continue to clean up. And then at the same time, also complimenting or also rewarding the student with, telling them good job, okay, good cleaning up, to motivate them to, continue cleaning up. Even though the student is showing reaction, negative reaction to the instruction, but have to follow through and keep on telling them to clean up, and not to ignore the behavior, but rather focusing on what is it that you want them to do. Okay. 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 Then after that, helping them up. Okay. Okay. So that's where the okay, so that's it. I mean, this is actually just a video example of how you're supposed to teach the student, our special needs student, on how to, understand that is the designated area, and most importantly, they should not bring the toy to their table, to their desk. That's very important, because their desk is actually their learning area, where it should only be books and also things that they use for learning. But for play area is only for play, where they have their of course they don't bring their their learning books or their pencil there. Of course at the play area, of course they play with toys there. And of course, each of the area, they have designated rules for each area. Okay, so yeah, that answers the question before. All right, so now we are going to continue our session with visual schedule. So I will share my PowerPoint. And if you have any question, you can ask in a midway. I have no problem. Do not ask at the end of the session, but rather you can ask straight away. No problem. Okay. All right. Now section 2, organization of materials. Okay. Wait. Okay, so this is the thinking tracks. Thinking tracks, like what I mentioned in the first session before. Okay, these are the thinking that you might have, but think again whether this is a good thinking or a bad thinking, or positive thinking or negative thinking as a teacher. Okay, so the first one is just not a nitpick. Okay, never have been. Okay, this is regarding rearrangement, or when we talk about decorating or arranging our materials in the classroom. Okay, some might think that just leave it as it is because the kids love it. Okay, so some even think that I'm not a neat person, so I don't need to arrange the things according to other people's style. So each one of us have our own style of arranging things. So we have to find what works for us the best, and not only for us, but also for our students. And I can find everything I need. So why do I need to arrange my things again? And then who cares if my classroom looks tidy? So this also some of the questions that our teachers might ask. And also I know where everything is. Yes, that works for us, but would it work for our students? So those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves if we have this kind of thinking tracks. Okay, all right. And then as for the organization of the materials, so it is actually a place for everything and everything in a place. Okay, everything in a place, meaning we have designated areas for each, not only for the placement of our student, but also the placement for our material. So that is very, very important. So knowing what you have, know where is it, and having easy access to it, it creates more efficient classroom. That is very important. So efficient classroom. For example, if we know that in our, for ladies especially, if we have handbag, so we have a handbag, we have a big handbag, and then we know that in our handbag, we have our handphone, we have probably our wallet, and who knows what else we have in our handbag. So we know that important things are in our handbag, but if we don't put it, arrange it nicely, so it will be hard for us to find, even in a smaller space like a handbag. So of course we have to, keep on searching, to find. Even if we want to find handphone in our handbag, it will be difficult for us to find if we have too much of things, and also we don't arrange it nicely. Okay, I want to ask our ladies here, who has that problem? Finding things in your handbag. Anybody has any difficulty with that? I myself have difficulty with that. So that's why I choose to bring smaller handbags so that I don't put too much of things in my handbag. Yes, okay. I think not much on our men here, because they don't bring handbag. But if you put in your, your laptop bag, or probably your bag that you bring to the to school, your bag, so probably you dump in everything in the handbag. Sometimes all recipe, oh my goodness, yeah. Sometimes even myself, I would definitely have problem with receipt. So everywhere I go, I don't throw the receipt. Sometimes we don't know where to throw the receipt, also we throw in the handbag instead, right? Okay, all right. Yes, sometimes, yes. All right, so that's also the case with our teaching material. So if we know that this is where we put the teaching modules. So this is where I put the pens or pencil. But if you don't code it or you don't label it, so it will be you might need a longer time to find the material. So as for the, most likely we are talking about time. Efficiency is actually about time, because of course managing students with special needs, we need to act really fast. We have to plan. We have to act really fast before they start showing, probably behavior or start, feeling bored and everything. So we have to do the best in planning. So benefits of materials of organization. What are the benefits? So of course, for instructional time is not wasted when materials are prepared and readily available, and students are quickly able to find what they need for lesson activity, okay, which reduces confusion and increases student independence. We want the student to be independent, okay. Of course, we don't want every time, okay, the teacher will provide everything. The teacher will find the marker pen, the teacher will find the pencil. So of course, we want to tell the student, okay, now work time, what's supposed to do? So find your marker pen, so find your module. So we want them to work independently. And then student, teachers, and other staff will be more inclined to keep materials in order when they are in designated places in these items. And then please label the whatever that they have in the classroom. Label the cabinet, the shelf, the drawers. Help make clear to staff and student where materials are located. And then visual also help with clarity and also lack of clutter, and help students focus on what is important in the environment. Okay, if you know that you rarely use that item, so please put it in the store anyway. All right. And safety is increased when materials are put away and organized. So remember, if you have too much of materials in the classroom, sometimes that materials might, create a smaller space. So when you talk about smaller space, meaning we should reduce the number of the materials. Okay, so when reducing the number of materials help create a larger space in the classroom. And then teachers and the professionals, and also if you have like therapists coming in your classroom, or speech therapists, or like physio, or also occupational therapists, you can have them visiting the classroom, and you don't need to create a specific space for them, because they come in rarely, right? Okay, so organizing classroom materials, so off-task behavior when it is not prepared. So let's look at what happened. Okay, so organizing classroom materials, off-task behavior when materials are not prepared. So this is what happened. Okay, so for example, we want to have the organization of vocational skill that everyone needs. Okay, and school may be the only opportunity for your student to learn it. Like for example, to arrange their materials, or to go with their materials according to their learning. Okay, and lack of organizational skills in the classroom, okay, can also potentially have a negative impact on the student success. And okay, and as you can see, the following illustrate how students were not given access to needed technology due to poor organizational of materials. So we want to, promote the students' independence. So organization of materials is very, very important. So what supplies would you need to organize your materials? Okay, number one, you would need a suitable containers. Okay, and then for the suitable containers, you have to label it according to whether you use it daily, or you use it use it seasonally. Okay, for seasonal, okay, depends. Like for example, we will have Chinese New Year coming in near time, right? So probably you will have, materials that you use to teach them about Chinese New Year, for example. So, and you rarely use it. So you use it only Chinese New Year. Okay, so that's why you don't need to have it, easily accessed. You can put it in the store. Okay, And as for the container for daily and weekly, okay, you can have it easy access because you usually use it and you use it frequently. So that's why you have to have separate container for daily materials, for weekly materials, and also for seasonal material, for you to see the frequency of you using the material. Okay, so that you will not clutter your classroom with things that you use only once a year or like twice a year, and things that you use every day. Okay, that will definitely help. And then you would also would need to use to have Velcro and also a tension rod. This is for shelf curtain for you to cover the materials. Of course, we know that if there's too much of materials in the classroom and it is easily visible, so it will also distract the student, especially if the materials is highly, your student really interested with the material. For example, like car, color pencil. Some students are like, so obsessed with color pencil. They love to color and everything. So if you put it visible, so that will distract the student in the classroom session. Okay, so you have to make sure that you can have like a shelf curtain to cover the material. And then you would also need to have clear packing tape to attach label to the furniture. Okay, this help. Why do we need to have clear packing tape? Why don't we just, okay, there are actually two labels in the classroom. One is the label that can be, moved, or can be, there's a complete per activity. So you have to when you complete the activity, you can move the label. Or another one is the permanent label. Okay, because we want to avoid the student to, pick up the label. So that's why it's better for us to use packing tape so that they will not have the tendency to scratch or pick up the label from the furniture. And then a label with Velcro. Okay, this is for things that probably you might change. Like for example, you have container. Sometimes you might put the blocks in the container. Sometimes you might put figure toys, figure animals in the container. So depending on the container, it is reusable for other usage. So you can have Velcro, a label with Velcro. And then you might also need binders or pocket folder. This is for material, for you to have a designated topic, which materials for each materials. Okay, you have a specific topic for each material that you want to put in, to bind in. And then have a filing cabinet, for you to arrange your material. And then file folders for also sub topic, and also index card, marker, software, computer, and printer. All right, so plastic storage boxes with lids are the single most useful item when organizing material, because it is durable, because it is easy to see what's in the container. If you use a color container, which is actually not see-through container, so you have to open the cover and everything. So this is a big hassle for the teacher to get access to the material, or not only for the teachers, but also for the student. Okay, and then as for the material, okay, what stays and what goes? You also have to do some sorting of your materials. Okay, what to keep, okay, what to put in the trash, and what to donate. Okay, so to keep are actually items that are currently being used or may be used in the near future, okay, not in 2-3 years time, in near future. And then things that you got to put in the trash are items that are broken or have missing pieces. Okay, things that you cannot use anymore, so you just put it in the trash. Even though you say you say, oh, I bought it, like it is so expensive, so I bought it, like it's very this is very meaningful to me, but if it is cannot be used, so better put it in the trash. And then things that you can donate, okay, items that you will probably never use, but the other teachers have been able to use. Okay, now let's look at the steps in organizing classroom material. Okay, so number one, we have to have, so how do you decide if an item is age appropriate? So one way to look at it is ask yourself, okay, whether, okay, did my child or niece or grandson play with this some sort of material when they are at this grade? Okay, so I want to ask you teachers, okay, if you have upper primary school students, for example, you have students who are age 10, 11, or 12, okay, which item, which material is not suitable for you to keep in the classroom? Okay, if you have an older student, so what are the materials that you think might not be suitable to keep in your classroom? Okay, you get my question? Okay, can we have some response in the chat? Okay, sharp things, yeah, of course. You're not supposed to have, of course, we can have the sharp thing, but you have to put in the cupboard, yeah. Of course, for younger students also, you have to be careful with the sharp things. Make sure it is safe for your student, put it in the cupboard and make it locked. Make sure it's locked. I think depends on their mental age, yes. Depends on their mental age, yes. Toys. So you think toys is not suitable for students, for an older student? Depends on their interest, okay. Other than that, depends. Okay, like when we talk about depends, so we also have to see not only their mental age, but also what is it that they have, what plan do you have for your students? Like for example, the picture of the toys that we have here in the slideshow. Okay, so we have musical instruments, right, in the picture. But of course, this actually is more suitable for smaller kids, right? Because of the size, because it is colorful, because of the, how it looks, the exterior of the toys. But for an older student, we can also provide them with musical instrument, but rather we could also introduce them with the nearly similar material. Like for example, if you want to teach them to use tambourine, you can give them tambourine instead. So real musical instrument, yes, very true. So you can still, this kind of toys is only for smaller kids, because we just want to introduce them to the material first. But as they are already, they already know about this material, so don't keep using the same material, because this will also, get them to like easily get bored with the material. So instead, you introduce them to the new material, but similar to the material that they have learned before. Yeah, probably colorful material to grab the attention. Yeah, so depending on your level of the student, because sometimes for our special needs student, even though their biological age is, older, probably 10 years old, 11 years old, but sometimes their mental age is lower, right? Right. For example, if they have that kind of, do we still need to, expose them with smaller kids material? That is the question that we need to ask ourselves. Teachers have to consider many aspects, in my opinion. Word card materials, yes, to interest them. Okay, so it's very important for us to consider the materials that we're going to use depending on our students' need. Okay, depending on subject that I taught them, yes. Okay, all right. So, let's look at organizing supplies. How do you organize supplies? Okay, can I get some response for from our participants here? How do you organize your supplies? Supplies mean things that you use every day, or things that you use, like for example, cellophane tape, scissors, or things that you use in the classroom, like marker pen, something like that. How do you organize your supplies? Okay, can I get some response from our participant? You can also switch on your mic to share. I use clear box, one box for pencil, one box for colors. Okay, so like the clear container just now, right? Yeah. Okay, other than that, how do you organize your supply? All right. I use group the things according to their use or function. Okay, and then how do you and then you label the box. Each student has their own equipment. That's also good. I use ice cream box and labeling it. I put ours in the supply cabinet. We'll only take out the daily use item. Pencil, eraser, rulers, yeah. Sort by function. Box are labeled. Okay. So yeah, of course, like I mentioned before, you have to have your box according to your usage. Whether you use it daily, you use it weekly, or you use it seasonally. Okay, book, pen, picture, word with sign language. Okay, good also. Okay, now, this is the response that I got just now. So some organize your materials according to the subject, right? According to the subject. So, so the best approach in organizing and storing materials in classroom is to first group your materials by academic subject, and then by how or where they will be used, whether you want to use it in small group instruction, whether you want to use it in large group instruction or calendar time, whatnot. And then depends on the objective of the teacher. Yes, very true. And then as you decide where to store your materials, you will begin to label the container in which your materials will be placed, and also you have to also label the cabinet, the shelf, the drawers as to their contents. Okay, this is to help the teachers to, you know, get easy access of the materials. And then this is also maximize the instructional time. Okay, maximize the time, and also help the staff member to get access to the materials. And of course, labeling the storage area in the classroom, you can create label using the tag board or the Velcro, and also write labels on paper or index card. Okay. All right. Where will the materials be located? So this is also the question that we want to ask. Okay, where would you locate your material? Okay, first the question was how do you put your materials, and then now location of the materials. Where did you put it? Did you put it near to the teacher's desk or near to the student's desk? Okay, near to the student. Okay, some put near to the student. Okay, some put behind the classroom. Okay, some put near the student, on the teacher table. Okay, other than that, can I have some more? I think students also need to be independent. So that's why some of the teachers put the materials next to the student, right? To get the student to have near access to the material. Yeah. So near teacher for regulation, yeah. For some students who cannot focus, or probably the material need to be put on the teacher's table, and then the teacher will provide the material, or the teacher will help. But for students who we want to teach them to be independent, we can provide the material at the table. I don't like them working too much in the classroom, so it's nearer to them. Inside the shelf, behind the class, near to the person that will use the material, behind the classroom. Okay, in front of the class. So yeah, we can see that there's always reasons for why we choose to locate the materials according to our classroom need, right? So of course, number one, we group the frequency of the use. Okay, because once everything has been grouped into subjects or categories, next step is to decide which material will be used in daily basis and which material will be used less frequently. And then as for the items that are used daily, need to be readily available. So just now, the participants responded that some of you put at the back, some of you put in the middle, in the front of the class, some put on the teacher's desk, and some put on the student's desk. So that depends on the frequency of the usage. Like for example, for pencil, for eraser, of course, we have to put it near to the students, right? And for things that we rarely use, the student rarely use, of course, we have to put it a bit away of the student. Okay, where is the ideal place point? Okay, this is me explaining to you. So depends on the frequency of the use. Depends on the frequency of the use. So not all of the things we put on the student desk, right? So of course you have to group their material according to the frequency of the use. And then classroom material that are used daily need to be stored near the area where they will be used, near to the teacher's table so that the pupils will not be distracted. This one depends on your student. If you feel that your students is still highly distracted and still not independent, of course, the teacher will need to put the material a bit away so that they will not be grabbing the material, right? Okay, all right. So next one is where is the location? Where would be the location of the material that you should put is depend on the safety consideration. So of course, safety is very, very important. So we have to consider the safety. Also because, for example, if you have students who put things in their mouth, okay, for example, you have students who put things in their mouth? Anybody here who has students who love to put things in their mouth? I do have students who love to put the things in their mouth. Okay, yes. Yeah, we will have that tendency of students who love to put their things, I mean, whatever they have in front of them, they will just put it in their mouth. Even once I have one student who loves to, you know, just even pencil also, he will be munching the pencil. If you have color pencil, we have munching the color pencil. Yeah, the crayon, very true. Yeah, we have that kind of student in our classroom. So then small manipulative should also be stored in the out of reach. So of course, those are the things that you have to put out of reach. Do not put in front of them because, you know, your eyes will not be on them, I mean, 24/7 all the time. So we are afraid that if we put it too near of them and with no supervision of the teacher, so the teacher, the student will probably, you know, put in their mouth. Yeah, hide all material, not all material, but you know, we have to look at which material the student love to put in their mouth. Or this one Norizawati, probably your student love to put everything in the mouth, whatever that he or she sees. Okay, that is also very difficult for us as teachers, right? So if you have students who may put items off shelves onto themselves, the items should be stored on lower shelf or cabinet, or fabric can be used to hide or content of shelf, making it less tempting. Like just now, I said you have to put curtain, small curtain, so that it will not distract them. And then the challenge is to keep this type of equipment nearby while not taking up the space needed for direct student instruction. You want to use sometimes you use the materials frequently, but you have to make sure that the student would not, you know, put in their mouth. That is very important. Oh my God. Okay, all right. So as for the location of materials, so I want you to, right now, participants, I want you to think of like one of your student that you have in your classroom. Okay, so I want you to think of what is the problem with the materials that they have in the classroom? Meaning, if you have one issue in the classroom, like for example, your student love to shove in whatever things that they find in the mouth. So what did you do? Okay, what did you do? And also, how is that approach that they use, okay, help to maintain their behavior in the future? Okay, not only during that time, but also in the future, so that they understand that they are not supposed to do that. Okay. Is my instruction clear, or do I need to explain a bit more? Okay. Okay, yes, please. Okay, all right. So I want you to think of like that one student in your classroom who might have issues with your material in the classroom. For example, like just now, one of the friends shared about the student who love to eat crayon. So, but you need to use crayon. So, how do you manage it? How do you manage it? How do you teach your student that they're not supposed to eat the crayon? And also, how do you, I mean, the approach that you use to maintain their understanding in the future classroom? They bring that at home. Okay. All right. So probably the others might have other issues with it, higher place. Okay. All right. If you don't mind, I would love to have some response, verbal response from the participants. So I will open for volunteers first to share the experience. And if not, probably I can have like some of you to, to share. I don't want to call names because we are not students anymore, but I would want you to voluntarily share your experience. Can we have somebody to share your experience? Okay, anybody wants to share? Okay, can we have like Nurul Shafika? You want to share your experience? So probably we can share with our friends the method that you use, and then how you can help your students to sustain their understanding in the future. Yes, you can switch on your mic. Yes.
Is it me?
I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Yeah. All right. Could you please speak louder so that the others can hear?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Yes, please.
I don't have any kind of issues because we have a closed cupboard in every classroom.
Right.
So we keep it very secured. So sometimes we just use negative enhancement, like scolding them, like, if you ever open them, we will get mad and as well. So yeah, sometimes the students follow the rules. Sometimes when they saw us, they was like, oh, okay, they strictly run away, go back to their places. So there's always someone have to sit in the classroom to watch over them. So we have our pembantu, right, like our helper in the classroom, so that they really play a good, very important role to help us teachers. Yes.
Meaning you would have to have close supervision of the student every time, right? But how about the things that there are the dangerous things, like scissors or probably sharp things?
Our scissors is very, we put it in like a plastic. We put it in a plastic
Ziploc
and also
bag,
in
probably.
a cupboard. Yes, zip bag in the scissor, we put in the zip bag, and then we close it in the closed cupboard. So yeah, so far no one has ever opened the scissor without our permission, or like open the cupboard as their own wish. So yeah.
I think it would be good. I mean, good for us. Like, I mean, of course, we wouldn't be able to, provide supervision all the time. So probably for sharp materials, we put it in the locked cupboard to avoid them to. There's always a possibility for that, right?
Yes.
But I mean, a closed cupboard is actually a good idea because we don't want to distract them. And sometimes, as for the label, sometimes they know what's in the class, what is in the cupboard, right? Because of the label. So that's why we have to arrange the cupboard according to the use. Also, things that you rarely use, probably put it in a higher place, and things that you always use, put it in the middle and at the lower place.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Shafiqah. Okay, can I have, sorry if I call your name wrong, Sanna, right? Is it a Miss or Mr.? Sorry. Sanna, is it? Hi, madam.
Hey, thank you.
Hi. Oh, you were in the classroom. It's okay, it's okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, could you please share your experience with your student with the classroom with the material arrangement, and what did you do?
Yes, I have one student who like eating crayon.
Oh, so you are one of the case just now. Okay, right.
Yes. So I setting the picture, setting the rule. I use the picture, mean not for it, for painting. So always, every time I ask her to painting, not painting, to coloring, like at the coloring section, and then we show the picture, mean not for it, and then for coloring, like that. We use the picture, and every time we need to use the crayon, I always show them the picture.
Explain them that is actually crayon is for coloring, not for eating, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. That is very, very important because probably because crayon is like, soft, then they find it like, interesting, probably the taste and also the material. So we have to, that is actually very important. They have to know the function of the material for them to, understand.
Yes.
Sometimes if you tell them yes, no, sometimes they don't understand why. No, why they right?
Yeah. Because I think it's important not to hide the thing that the children the wrong using, not to hide, but to explain how to use. Yeah,
very true. I agree with that too. Even though, of course, we have the temptation of like hiding things. Of course, at the same time, we have to also explain to them what is it. But explain to them not only verbally, but also using picture, using social story, something like that. Because like eating crayon is actually some sort of behavioral issue actually. So we have to use other method also to make them understand.
Yes, like example, one of my students, he afraid of a speaker, he afraid of a microphone, and then it doesn't mean we hide the microphone or we don't play the speaker, but we need to explain, we need to show what to do with a microphone, and then we can change.
And also we can make use of, probably they love and they like it so much, right? That's why they frequently want to touch, want to take those things. So actually what we can do is that we can play around by making it as something that they get as a reward for them, right? If you finish your work, then you can, play with the microphone, something like that.
Yeah.
But rather, trying to put it, get them away from the things that they like. Like for me, I always, if I find that my student love to do that, so I use that as a reward system for the student. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So can I have sharing from Angeline Simon? Are you there, Angeline? Angeline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Angeline,
Yeah,
I think, do you have any experience with your student having problem with the management of your materials or the access of the materials in the classroom?
I think because so far I come from a school that has two different categories of student.
Okay.
Okay, so currently I do not have any I'm not teaching the learning disabilities children, but I believe that maybe we do come across maybe children like to put things into their mouth.
Okay.
So I think the best way is just, I mean, definitely there will always be a helper around. So keep really an eyeful watch on them. Yeah, and then plus of course definitely keep things in like in the cupboard. Yeah. And yeah, so it's always the things that is quite like sharp things or the dangerous things like that. We'll just skip it.
So I mean, of course, like I mentioned before, of course, for this behavior, we cannot like control it all the time, right? We cannot like have a close supervision for with them all the time. So it would be helpful if we could like, you know, make them understand what is it that, make them understand why is it that those materials are not supposed to be, I mean, eaten or
Yes.
like
I think
if
it's
they want to draw, we have rather than, you know, saying no drawing or no I mean scribbling on the wall. So probably we paste like a paper on the wall so they can scribble on the wall rather than, you know, telling them no.
Yeah.
Give them the opportunity, make them understand that there are actually other ways that you can do things.
Yes. Yeah, I think definitely through modeling, I think like the one that
Yes.
you mentioned in your video just now. Yes, because that is a very good thing. We have to just be patient, and I think from time to time they will understand.
Slowly,
slowly they will get it.
Slowly, slowly they will get it. Definitely.
I mean, beginning, let's say those who come like from the first year, like in primary 1. I mean, it takes time to actually help to shape their behavior. But I think when the time goes by, as they grow older, like when they are like primary 4 or 5, I think they will tend to the behavior will tend to like, I think they will get better, I think. Yeah. I mean, true by just my observation somewhere like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, of course. Because that's why for each of the skill that you want to teach them, so we have to break down the skills into smaller skills. Because to master that one skill, it actually is actually including other sub skills, smaller skills that they have to understand. So we have to teach them and introduce them with the smaller skill first for them to get to the main thing that we want to teach them.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Can I have Mr. I want one gentleman here, Mr. Surache Chepuan. Did I say your name correctly? Sorry.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Hi. Okay. Do you have any experience with your student in the classroom?
Yes, I have worked with special education in Thailand.
All right.
And I set my classroom with teach approach, teach approach just like the set the classroom in structure. Yeah. I take in the corner of the classroom with to take the first conversation of the day and talk about the weather or something in happen today. Yes, and we have the corner of the for the student have work. Yeah, and we have the corner of relaxation. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. With my experience, I mean, for the classroom, especially in the beginning of the year, also probably after the student had been away. So when they're starting the classroom, the year in the new classroom, of course, it's very, very important for us to emphasize the rules first. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Surache. Okay. So can I have okay, so I saw that there's one comment from Atika Muhammad Koha. Okay, do you mind sharing your experience with setting rules for your students for them to understand the functions or the use of the materials in the classroom? Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. For me, I have to actually applied like the all the supplies that like scissors. So I think they really want to know the exactly what the function of the scissors. That's why they keep on cutting everything near them, and then I think teachers supposed to um, taught them using the scissors in the correct way, which means is using it for activities. And for me, I will teach them using the scissors for longer time, means every day until they are getting bored and they are getting understand what is the function of the scissors. That is my opinion lah, because I think don't uh, don't make them frustrated because of they cannot using the scissors. So use the scissors every day and each of the activities.
The more you limit, the more they will have the eagerness to do it, right?
Yes, and then we teach them how to use it correctly.
Yeah,
and then that is my method lah actually. Okay.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, like for myself, we have one student who love to play with clay. So he loves to play with clay, like, you know, whenever he has the time, either he bring it from home or he always have clay in his pocket. So what do we do is that even during reading, so we ask them to shape the alphabet, you know, or shape the animals, or, you know, to describe the shape, whatever, using the clay. So that's why, as for our students, if they love something, some of the materials in your classroom, okay, you can, I mean, depending on the, you know, the nature of the material. For example, like Noratika just now, you said that your student love to, you know, use scissors, right? So of course, we try to increase the duration of the usage of the material, the scissors, but it must still be under closer supervision, of course. Yeah, but I mean, if you have other materials that are not dangerous, you can get them to work independently using the material. You can increase the duration of the usage of material, because I mean, if you do that, they will not be that obsessed with the materials anymore. I think the word is obsessed, right? They are like, you know, they are like, they cannot contain their you know, their desire to use the material. So that's why if we limit, then the desire will increase. Yeah, so that's why not try to limit, but rather teach them the correct way of using the materials. Yeah, this is a very I mean, interesting and very meaningful sharing, which is actually, yeah, that is the way of teaching them, not hiding everything in our classroom. If not, there will be nothing in our classroom, just chairs and table, that's it. Okay, all right, we have one sharing from Fatima. We can modify our students' behavior with positive consequences or negative consequences by using behavior modification. Yes. So behavior modification is based on the idea that good behavior should lead to positive consequences and bad behavior should lead to negative consequences. Yeah, this is a very basic what they call it, behavior intervention, where they know the consequence of their behavior. If you do good, then you get good things. If you do bad, you will get bad things, which is actually not necessarily a punishment, but rather things that they don't really like, which is not getting what they want, right? Okay, teach them through social story. Yes, very true. Social story also very helpful because it is more on daily living context, and if you use social story to get them to understand. All right. Okay, or I don't know what Diana Anwar been laughing about, but yeah, probably one of the cases that Yeah, probably. Okay, can I have Diana, okay, to share a bit on sorok barang, or your experience with trying to hide things in your classroom? Yeah, please. Boleh, can. Oh, I cannot hear you. At least your voice. Just now I can hear you. No, I still cannot hear. But just now I can hear you. Probably your setting, your microphone setting, but I can hear you just now. Just for a short while.
You try to speak again. Directly, it's me. It's me, Suhaila.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I could hear her for a while just now, and then
Yeah,
the
and then
voice,
lose it. Yeah, just lose the voice. Okay, all right. Okay, probably you'll see what's the problem, and then we'll get back with our sharing after this, okay? All right. Okay, so we'll continue. So let's see what's next. Yeah, a student who is really obsessed with papers, so I will only allow him to do so as reward. Yeah, it's very important for us to change the negative things to positive. Okay. And I don't know why my PowerPoint is not moving. Wait. Right. Okay, let's go to the. All right. Okay, now let's go to the next. All right. Next one is the schedules and visual strategies. Okay, I spy something. Okay, let's spy something. Okay, are you ready? Okay, I spy something red. Can you show me something red that you have right now? Show it on your camera. Yes, I can see something red from Diana. Okay, anybody has red? You can show me something red that you have near to your workstation or your desk. Anything red? Yes, I can see books, pen. What else? Okay, what is that? No, Kiria, what is that? Oh, yeah, I can see the cover of the pen. Yes. Oh, your cup.
My tabung duit.
Your tabung. Okay. Siti Salama, what is that? Is it your mug?
Mug.
Oh,
Tupperware
your
mug.
mug. Okay, all right. Something red. Or anybody wearing red today? Okay, I miss San, you're showing your marker pen, is it? Okay, Miss Amisan. What is that? Oh, you have a red puncher and a big one, some more. Okay. All right, that's interesting. Okay, now next, I spy something long. What do you have? What do you have near you that is long? Okay, long ruler. What else? Long cable. Okay, long cable. Wow, long cable. Yes, your earphone. What else? Okay. What else do you have that is long? What is that, Miss Fatima? Is it a rotan? Okay. All right. Okay, what else do you have that is long? Miss SEAMEO Queeners, is it? What is that?
Yes, folder, mom.
Is it a book?
This is a long folder.
Oh, long
folder, mom.
folder. All right. Okay, what else? Okay. Ruler. Yeah, long ruler. Okay, I cannot see. Miss Etadine Ever. What is that? Okay. Oh, that is your red water container. Okay, water bottle. Okay. All right. Now, next one is I spy something Fragrance. Fragrant. Anything fragrant? Even though I cannot smell from here, anything fragrant? Anything? Wow, flower! Wow, Diana has flower on her desk. I don't have anything fragrant instead of my my perfume that I sprayed just now. What else? Anything fragrant? Oh, you have fragrant. Miss Gay, Celine, oh, you have fragrant. Okay, Felin also has fragrant near there. What is that, Miss Pelawan? What is that? I cannot see. Oh, you have fragrant too.
Lotion.
Lotion. Ah, yeah, that's nice. Okay. You have fragrant. Okay. What is that, Miss Mr. Ehsan? Miss San? What is that? Your fragrance. Okay. Is that shower gel? Or lotion?
Lotion.
Lotion. Okay. So, and the last one, I spy something calming. What do you have in your room or your place that is calming? Rose. Okay, what is coming to you? Whatever that is coming. Anything that is coming? You feel calm when you see it. Food. Yeah, of course, food. I don't have food on my desk. Okay. Of course, food is coming too. What else? Mr. Surachit, what is coming? Anything coming near you? Pillow. Yes, I have pillow with me. Very coming too. All right. What is that? No, Kiria, what is that? Coming?
It's a lotion.
It's a lotion, a coming lotion. A picture.
Yeah, aromatherapy.
Aromatherapy. Okay, that's good. Like myself, I see Miss Pelawan Jekma's background is very calming because the because of the beach. All right, okay. All right, now what is that? Latte coming. Yeah, I love coffee too. I'm a coffee lover too. Yes. All right. Chocolate. Yes. Yeah, very calming, right? Chocolate. Food always serve the best remedy for ourselves, especially when we are, dealing with special need kids, especially in daily basis. So of course you need somebody to calm yourself, to rejuvenate. Yeah, I'm also a coffee lover, same. Yeah, coffee is like I have to have my shot of coffee every morning. All right. Okay, now let's look at our next section, schedules and also visual. Okay, so this is the thinking track. Okay, so my student know their schedule. So this is not the assumption that we should have, because if not, then we will see that there's no, the student will not maintain their behavior because they probably they will follow their schedule for that one day probably, but or also the teacher need to remind them all the time, okay, this is what you should do, next this is what you should do, next we should do that, but we would not have that time to tell them all the time. So we have to always teach them schedule so that they can work independently as much as we could teach them. Okay, and then another thinking track is I really prefer to be flexible and just go with the flow. All right, I know that this also includes me, but bear in mind, especially for special need kids and especially for kids with autism. Okay, especially with a special student with learning difficulty or like other student with special need, we need to structure their routine first. Okay, we need to structure their routine first, and then after they master the routine, then only we rearrange their routine. Okay, so first, number one, have to structure their routine or their schedule first. Okay, do not give the freedom in the beginning yet, not yet, but we can actually give them the freedom later, but in the beginning have to structure their schedule or their routine first, and then we can introduce, because why is it that we don't want to maintain with the schedule or the routine until the end because we don't want them to be rigid. You know, rigid, when there's a change, then they cannot regulate the emotion, then they will tend to, you know, show their behavior. Okay, so that's when our student will react according to their environment or the change of routine. Okay, and then I teach until my student lose interest and then change to something else. This also always happen where the teacher say, okay, the student they already they're already comfortable with the routine, so I want them to be with the routine until the end of the year. So that is something very, very dangerous, because if there is a change with the routine, then we will have trouble after that. Okay, okay, now feeling lost. So this is the normal thinking of the student if we don't have schedule. So we all have schedule that we must follow at some extent. So most of us like to know what is it in store for us and any given day. And most of us have appointment. For example, for today, we already allocated our time yesterday, today, and tomorrow for this training. So if we don't have proper time management, of course, we will feel overwhelmed. We will feel, we don't know, we cannot focus. We cannot, function the best that we want. So for some people, they need to know their daily schedules in details, while others do well with general outline of or general goals of the day. What is it that they want to do and that day? So now here, imagine if we have this situation. Like for example, I lost my calendar 3 days ago. I lost my handphone. For example, I have my handphone here, and I have all my schedules in my handphone. Okay, this is my schedule. So do you have your schedule in your handphone? Anybody? Or do you have diary? Anybody has schedules in their handphone? Like myself, if I lose my handphone, then I will be done. I'm done. Okay, so that's why I need to have schedule. Okay, anybody, participants, can I have some response? How do you manage your schedule? How do you manage your schedule? So I can see some response here. I use diary. Yeah, some might use diary. Okay, by routine. I use planner, diary, write in notebook, planner. Almost of the time I memorize. Oh my God, you can memorize, I cannot memorize. If I memorize, then I will be like lost. Okay, use calendar phone and set reminder. Yes, that's the same with me. I need not only calendar, but I also need reminder. Okay, planner, use reminder on my phone. Yes, same. Memory, wow, memory. Who cannot? Okay, checklist app. I have routine. Write in calendar, yearbook. Okay, all right. So all sorts of different ways of managing our schedules, right? Our very packed and very full schedule, right in my notes. Okay, all right. So of course we also have our own schedules, and we have different way of managing our schedules. So in order to avoid some feelings or situation, most of that use some type of planning system, and our student also feel the same experience. Okay, when they cannot predict what's supposed to happen in next, and if there is a change of usual routine. Okay, so of course they will feel lost. So for example, I'm aware of having appointment, but I'm sure at the times. So you will probably be thinking, I think I have something very important to do today, but I don't know what, or I don't know what time is it, or I don't know where's the location. So that will make you feel lost. Also, I feel lost, anxious, and out of sorts. Okay, so benefits of schedule. Okay, so of course, most people will agree that schedule helps us remember our appointment, but the value of visual schedules in our classroom is far more exceeds and more convenient for students, especially for students with special needs. So these are the benefits of schedules. Okay, number one, it promotes consistency in our daily routine. Okay, so when activities are written and posted, so the staff is most likely to stay on schedule. Not only our student, but also our staff, our teacher, assistant, will also stick to the schedule. And then it allows changes in the schedule to be clearly shown. For example, if you have in your class, for example, you have celebration, or you have, maybe you have a program, you have a sudden program, okay? You have an ad hoc program. So it will be helpful for you to write probably on the board and explain to the student and use picture that there will be a change in the schedule. And also facilitating transition during the day. Many students transition better when they know what activity comes next. And then it also increase desired behavior and decreasing undesired behavior. If you don't alert the student for their, if they have routine, so they already know what's going to happen. But if there's some sudden changes, then it will also create behavior issue with the student for special needs. So we don't want that to happen. Okay, and then schedules also give a heads up to students, which decreases inappropriate behavior by helping them to prepare in advance for what is coming next, and also helps in facilitating the language. Okay, like schedules provide students with many opportunities to be exposed to vocabulary and practice concepts. Okay, words such as first, next, okay, then, before, after, and later are used throughout the day, moving through a schedule. So student with special needs, okay, it will be always be helpful if you put in order, if you put the schedule in order, so for them to understand the process of the schedule, what's going to happen first, next, later, number 1, number 2, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and next. Okay, so student learns the meaning of words and action when they are paired with the visual used in the schedule. So that's why in our schedule, not only we have the word, but also we have the picture for them for them to understand better. But indirectly, they also learn the word. Indirectly, they also learn if you write the time, they also learn the numerical value. Okay, and then teaching the passage of time, students interact with their schedule, they see only one activity end, and then the next activity begins. So only one activity at a time. Okay, this progression throughout the day helps them understand the concept of the passage of time. Okay, what's first, second, next, and the end. All right. And then schedules benefit students regardless their disability. This is very important, okay, because much actually has been discussed about the importance of using schedule with students with autism spectrum disorder or students with autism, but schedule not only beneficial for students with autism, but also for other disabilities also, not only for other disabilities, but also for us, but also for mainstream students. Okay, all right. Right now, all right, now let's look at the 3 types of schedule. So there are 3 types of schedule. Number 1 is individual student schedule. Number 2 is daily classroom schedule. And number 3 is staff assignment schedule. So these are the schedule that you should have in your classroom. But for today, I will only focus on the student schedule, individual student schedule, which is, okay, we want them, okay, the function of these schedules is we want them to be independent, okay, be independent, where they learn important life skills that will improve their ability to manage their daily appointment and also their daily activities. And then students learn to complete one task. There is a transition there. Students learn to complete one task and move to the next without adult's direction, without teacher's direction, which decreases the prompt dependency and increase level of independence. And then staff members learn to say, you can learn to say, go ahead and check your schedule. If the student is a bit lost, they don't know what to do, so always tell the student to check your schedule, check your schedule, rather than we directly telling them what to do, so that they know whenever they feel lost or they don't know what's next, they always check their schedule. And then students' participation and behavior may improve because they have the opportunity to mentally prepare for the activity that comes next. Mental preparation is very important. And students can visually see any changes to the schedules, with assist them to accepting the changes more easily and provide opportunity to practice flexibility. So that's why, as I mentioned before, first we have to introduce them with the routine and also the schedule, but after they have mastered the schedule and the routine, we have to break the schedule to introduce flexibility. Okay, now let's look at symbolic communication forms. Okay, there are 4 symbolic communication form. Number 1 is object, and then photograph, and then drawing, and then words. Okay, so these are the materials that you usually use. Okay, let's look at the video of how to prepare visual materials. Okay, this is one of the example. Okay, all right. I having problem with viewing the video. Okay, I have to stop sharing. Okay. Let me try to find the I need to find the materials first. Okay, give me a minute. Okay. Okay, I have one video saved earlier. Okay, all right. So I have the video now. All right. Share first. Okay, share screen. Share. Okay. I need to share the sound. Okay, share sound. All right. Okay. So this is one of the ways of to create visual materials or schedule materials. This is actually the economic way of using file folder. We can just use a paper file folder, brown file folder, but we have to laminate it with tape, with a clear tape, so that it is durable. Okay, so that is why they are pasting the clear tip on the file, okay, so that it can be used, it is reusable. Okay, so that's it. So bear in mind that for materials, teaching material doesn't have to be, doesn't have to be pricey, doesn't have to be expensive. Sometimes you can just reuse the materials that you have and make it suitable for the use, the current use of your materials. Okay, so always minimize the cost for your teaching materials, so that, because as for this special needs student, we have to have lots of material, number one, and then number two, you have, their small skills develop very quickly, so that's why you have to, the transition of the materials need to be also according to their level. So of course, do not repeat the same material too much. Okay, try to increase the number of activity rather than repeating the same activity, because as your student already mastered the specific skill that you have taught them, they will feel bored if you repeat the same material. Okay, Puan, can we get back to symbolic communication form? The next slide, thank you. I would like to copy in my notes. Okay, sorry. Okay, wait. Right. Okay. We are at the just now. So, okay, this one, right? Okay, all right. Okay, because I'm using two devices right now, so that's why, yeah, right. I have to stop sharing. Stop share. I'm using two devices, so that's why sometimes I got a bit confused with the material that I shared just now. All right, so yeah. Okay. Okay, all right. So this is the symbolic communication form. Actually, I will go in detail, more detail with this later. But yeah, okay, all right, no problem. Sorry for the confusion just now. So as for the symbolic communication form, Wait, I need to go to my notes first. All right. So some symbolic communication actually must you must match the student's level of communication. So are you going to share your PowerPoint one? Yeah, I can do that, but probably we can ask our secretariat whether we can share with our participants. I have no problem to share with our participants, no problem. Okay, all right. So using a schedule requires ability to use some sort of symbolic communication. And also this means they have to understand that the actual thing on the schedule represent the real item or activity. Okay, for instance, if lunch is an activity you want to put on the schedule, then you will use a word, a photograph, or an icon of something, someone eating, or maybe a spoon on the object symbol to represent the activities of probably your schedule on lunch, depending on the student level of communication. So if your student cannot read yet, so it might be helpful for you to use the picture of spoon. If you have a student with who are visually impaired, so they can use the plastic spoon, put it on the schedule, and then when they touch the spoon, they will know that, oh, that is spoon, and that is actually the time for probably morning break, tea time, or lunch. Okay, and then student must understand what a symbol represents in order for the schedule to have a meaning. Make sure that they understand, okay, what is the meaning of the each of the symbol. And then if you have a student who are pre-symbolic communicator, meaning he or she communicate without the use of symbol. For example, he or she may point or nod, okay, or look at a desired object but have no understanding but there is a spoon that represent eating. So the teaching skill need for student, meaning you don't need to put the picture of the spoon yet, okay, so need to make sure that the student understand the meaning of the symbol. So first, introduce the meaning of the symbol first before you put in your schedule. Okay, I will go with to that. Okay, so this is example of an object schedule just now when I mentioned just now. So just as students' education programs programs are individualized, it must be all this schedule or all this object depends on the need of your student. I wouldn't say that you must use this in your classroom, depending on your student. Okay, to meet your students' educational needs, so that they find that their schedules is functional for them. And then the object is to find a format that is meaningful to the student and a placement that promotes independent behavior. When they touch it, they know what is it, what is the time, what is they supposed to do. And then next is schedule using icons and photographs. This is very popular among teachers. So the needs of your student and your resourcefulness may result in a unique schedule format. Like I mentioned before, each student might have different type of schedule. And one creative teacher made a schedule using a play doh container lids, which could be easily grabbed by the student with motor difficulties. So if you want to practice motor skills, so probably you can use clay and all sorts of materials that they can touch. Okay, and then probably another teacher showed how she creates a picture schedule that fit into a student's wallet. You can even put schedules so that they can refer it, like a textbook, something like that, so they can quickly refer to the schedule. Okay, and then this is example of a study schedule. As you can see in the study schedule there, you can see there's one board there, and then you will have picture of the student on top of the schedule. Okay, picture of the student on top of the schedule, so that your student know, oh, this is my schedule. Okay, so that they will have that sense of individuality in there. But bear in mind that schedule, we can have individual schedule and also classroom schedule. But classroom schedule is more on general, but rather the individual schedule is more designated on your individual student need. Okay, and then normally we have left and right side to show that that activities has already ended. So we can have either at the bottom of the board, we can have the completed task. Completed task meaning if they have completed that one task, they can pull the card and put in the finish or done task here, done box here. Okay, or you can make it left or right, meaning the schedule that they have not done, put it on the left, and then after they have completed it, you put it as switch it to the right. Okay, pull it and then paste it on the right, meaning there's a schedule, a transition of the schedule that they have done and what's next. Okay, or on the right, you can also have a schedule together with time, designated time. Okay, so that they know what they're supposed to do according to the specific time that you already allocated. Okay, and this is actually especially for students who already know about time, concept of time, and know how to read the clock. Okay, bear in mind that doesn't when you want to teach student about time, please start with digital clock first. Okay, please start with digital clock first because they can match the shape of the number from the schedule to the clock. Okay, right. Okay, and then this is example of exercise schedule. Okay, example of exercise schedule. Okay, this is first next. Okay, I believe some of you have used first next. Okay, this is a breakdown or a smaller schedule from the long schedule that I showed before. Okay, for them to know if they do the activities now, what they will get later or what they will have to do later. And probably for the first next, first and then is actually for them to make them anticipate the activity so that because they are going to do something that they like later. Okay, and then first or next schedule, this is also another type. So first, if you go to the bathroom, like probably we want to teach them toilet training and they don't like to go to the toilet, so we can encourage them to do the activities by telling them if you go to the bathroom, then next we will go to the recess. Okay, that's another way of motivating our student. And then probably one, wash your hand and then you can eat your snack. If you don't wash your hand, then will not get your snack. Okay, or do your worksheet, finish your worksheet, and then you can go have a walk. Right. Next is the written schedule. All right, so Madam Suhaila has responded. All materials will be shared. Okay. Yeah. All right, so this is also written schedule. Okay, you can do the tick box. Also another way of creating your schedule. Okay, or also in the form of calendar. Calendar also helps in managing your schedule, especially your class schedule, for them to know, for them to understand the concept of calendar and time and month, day. Okay, all right, and also we can teach them about observing the, the weather, something like that. Okay, now visual strategies. Okay, so as we know, our students with special need, they learn better with visual. Same with me. I also learn better with visual. If I have visual materials, then I will understand better. So when I see it, then I understand. So thinking traps, I wish my student would do what I say, because when you say, it flies all over the space. But if you show picture, that will help them to understand, to grab the information better. They just don't listen to me. Okay, for example, you tell your student, okay, keep away your toys, or be quiet, or sit at your chair. But if you provide a visual to the student, so it will definitely help them to understand better. What does it mean by sit quietly or sit properly. What does it mean by to be quiet? What does it mean by putting your hands on your desk? Something like that. And then he's not autistic, so I don't have to use any visual. Okay, sorry, visual strategies is not only for students with autism only, but applies to everybody. Applies to everybody, including student, the neurotypical student. I mean, if you have visual, definitely will help them. I think he's just being lazy. This is also a thinking trap that you should avoid, teachers. And I have told her the same thing over and over, and she just doesn't get it. Yeah, because sometimes they don't understand instruction, verbal instruction. That's why they need the help with visual. Okay, this is some of the visual cues. Okay, all right, participants. When you see the first image, the first icon, what is it? What does it mean? What does it mean? Mail. Okay. Other than that, email. Okay. Other than that, mail, email. Sorry?
A message,
A
ma'am.
message. Yeah, especially on your handphone, right? Okay.
Yes.
Other than that, a message. Yes. Notification. Yes, very true. Especially on your handphone or your tab. All right. Good. Okay. Next one. Icon of a woman and a man. Okay. What does it indicate? Restroom.
Restroom.
Toilet. Other than that, yeah, normally it's also designated for restroom or toilet, right? Okay, good. Surau, yes, very good. Prayer room. Yeah, sometimes also we have designated room for prayer room. Restroom, toilet. Okay, how about this one? This is very popular.
McDo. McDonald's.
McDonald's, everybody's favorite, right? Just a letter of just a M letter, just the very simple M letter, but everybody can understand it, right? So of course, so each and every day we use visual cues. This is what we call visual cues and strategies. So when we see the golden arch in the distance, widely known, yes, of course, it's widely known. When we come across this golden arch in distance as we drive, we instantly know we are approaching McDonald's restaurant, especially after we got back from a tiring school day and then you feel hungry. When you come across, of course, you will think about, wow, the spicy chicken McDonald's or something like that. Okay, now it's already near 1. Okay, of course, I believe that everybody's stomach is also rumbling, preparing for lunch later. Okay, ice cream, yes, of course. All right, hamburger. Wow, we are talking about food right now. My tummy is rumbling. Okay, all right. Next, okay, now let's move on to the next one. This McDonald's icon is very, very bad for us. Okay, fast food, yes. Okay, now what are visual strategies? Okay, so we have to understand visual strategies are anything that you can see and it provides information. So when a student is having a meltdown, visuals can be more calming than our voices. Okay, why is that? Okay, I need some response here. Why is visual is more calming than the teacher's voice? Okay, can I have some feedbacks? Can I have some feedbacks? Almost of them cannot read. Cannot read. We are talking about visuals. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We are talking about visual. Why is visual is more calming than teacher's voice? It's difficult to listen when you are angry. Very true. Very true. And when the teacher is angry, what will happen to the teacher's voice? We will be Arnold Schwarzenegger just now, right? You still remember how Arnold Schwarzenegger reacted to the class? High pitch, yes, very true. We will be green and we will be like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I
Okay,
think,
visual.
ma'am, visual is more interesting than teacher's voice.
Yes, and also easy for them to understand, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Easier
yes,
to
very
understand.
true. Visual is more straightforward and understandable because imagine when a teacher is angry, he or she will not only say one word, right? He will say a string of word, a string of instruction, a string of whatever mumbling, and then we will, say things that might be difficult for our student to understand. Teacher more attracted, mixed reaction. Yes, because when the teacher speak in an angry manner, so it will also come in with emotion. When we have angry emotion, we will transfer the information, the emotion to our student. But if you use visual, there's no emotion there. So just a piece of card and also a visual. Students not focused with teacher's voice, yes. They will be distracted with the teachers. Students very interested in teaching. The pupils will more stressed out than doing what he or she, they cannot focus. What is it the teachers trying to say? Okay, all right. So some student with receptive delay will not understand what the teacher is saying. Very true, very true. Receptive delay, not only receptive delay, but if they are having emotional, disturbance during that time, so of course they will not be able to focus. What is it that teacher's trying to share, to tell them to do? Okay, to show, teacher's voice will show emotion. Okay, visual, easy to understand. All right. Okay, now benefits of visual strategies. Okay, the benefits are, okay, the student can learn more effectively. We can deliver consistent information, consistent meaning. Okay, because depending on our pitch and our intonation, the meaning might be different, right? And then the student can have concrete format of information. They can receive a concrete format and easier to recognize. So I believe all of these responses, most of the responses suits these benefits of visual strategies, right? Okay, now we are already at the end of our session 2. So now I will open to Q&A session. If you have any question regarding visual strategies and also the management of our materials in the classroom. Okay, any question or anything that you want to share with the participants? Any question? Because we already mentioned McDonald's before, right? So everybody's tummy is now rumbling. Okay. All right. Any question?
If you have any question, you may ask directly to Madam Nazmin, or you may also type in the chat box.
Okay, so if there's no question, I would like to go to the previous one thing that I skipped just now. This one.
Madam, there's a question here.
Okay, right.
By Nur Karanisa Ali Rahman. Can you state again the 4 types of symbolic communication form?
Can you state again the 4 types of symbolic communication form? Okay, this one. Number 1, using object. Number 2, using photograph. Number 3, using drawings. And number 4, using word. This depends on the student's understanding. Like for example, your student doesn't understand word and doesn't understand probably pictures even, like 1-dimension picture, so 2-dimension picture. So it is useful for you to use object. Okay, use object for the student to increase their understanding. The real object, but probably in a smaller size, like a model or something like that. If your students' visual perception is much better, they can understand pictures or photographs, they can understand pictures, real pictures, so you can use photograph, real photograph. Okay, maybe you want to tell the student to sit at their table, so take a picture of student sitting at the table and then put in the rules or the schedule. Okay, that is step number 2. If your student can understand image, because for some of the students, especially for students with the learning difficulty or learning disability, dysgraphia, dyslexia, something like that, they will have a bit difficulty with visual perception. Okay, next, number 3, if your student can understand drawing. Drawing meaning not the real picture. Like the photograph just now, it is a real picture of a real person. But if they can understand drawing, for example, if you show them a picture of a ball, a draw version of a ball, they can really, oh, this is a ball. And then you can use drawing. But if you draw a picture of a ball, they cannot recognize what is it. So do not use drawing in your schedule. Okay. All right. And number 4 is using words. Using words is for your students who already starting learning reading. Okay. Do not wait until they know how to read already. No. You can introduce in the beginning. When they are starting to learn reading, you can actually introduce them together with the word, together with the picture, the drawing, and the word. Okay, so indirectly, they are also learning to read. They are also learning to recognize letters and sounds and words and labeling, especially. Okay, even though they don't know how to use it in a sentence even, or don't know how to, but they recognize the thing, oh, this is ball, this is, and this is, oh, this word make the sound ball, the sounding of the word. Okay, all right. Okay, any other question? I believe most of you are at school, right? Who's at school? Can I see some hand raise? Who's at school? And some of you are at home probably, or working from home. I'm working from home today. Okay. All right. So in the work from home, or some are at school, working from home. Yeah, I work from home because of the internet connection, because I get better internet connection at home. Yeah, some of you are at school. All right. All right. So yeah, thank you for your response. And I think that's it for our, or can I go to the one that I want to talk about just now? Just a simple step of building schedule. Okay. This is to wrap up what is it that you have learned. Okay, number 1, okay, collect all the needed information. If you want to build a schedule, first you have to collect the needed information. What are the information needed? Number 1, the copy of your student's IEP, which is the individualized education plan. You need to know what's the objective of your student. And then copy the teacher schedule. You have to know the teacher schedule too. And then get the therapy schedule if the therapists are coming into your place. Probably your speech therapist, occupational, physio, something like that. And then get the list of subjects. And then get the routine schedule. Okay, step number 1, to build your schedule, you have to gather all these things. Step number 2, you have to create a schedule template. Okay, create a template or table, put students' name and time, so that you can arrange according to the information that you gathered before. And then number 3, fill in what you know. Like what you know, example, you know the daily routine and also the class subject. So that's when you start arranging the schedule, your student's schedule. Like for example, as for like therapists, for example, not everybody would need to see the therapist, right? Like not all students would need to see the occupational therapy, something like that. So the schedule is designated according to the student's individual. Okay, I can see one chat here. Let me check. All right, so yeah, I think that's it. So for this afternoon's session, we will go to breakout session. We'll go to breakout session, but I will explain on the task, the group task first, and then SEAMEO SEN team, technical team will assign you to each breakout room, and then I will time to time will jump into different room to assist you, and me and Madam Suhaida will help you with the task. Okay, with that, they send to Ms. Suhaila to continue. Okay, all right. So welcome back to our afternoon session. I know afternoon is a bit, you know, our mind is a bit cloudy and everything. So I hope that you will not only hear from me, but rather we can have like at least an active discussion going on in the breakout rooms. All right. So as I mentioned before, we will be having a breakout room session where participants will be assigned to rooms. Okay, so I already discussed with SEAMEO SEN technical team, and we are today we are going to have 10 rooms because we want to have a small number of participants in each room. Okay, so let's go to the information regarding what I want you to come up with. All right, so this is the not to say assignment, but rather than sharing session. So number one, of course, you will need your computer. Number two, you will have to need your internet connection. And number three, you would need suitable apps to draw. For this afternoon, we are going to draw a layout, a classroom layout. Okay, draw a classroom layout. Okay, number one, I want each one of you to draw your own classroom layout, what you have right now. Okay, each one of you. And then I will give you, I will provide you with a link. And then I want everybody to submit your drawing, your classroom drawing, upload it in the link. Okay, or probably I will get, I can get some help from the from SEAMEO SEN technical team to come up with a link that they can upload their classroom layout. So number one, I would need each participant to draw their own classroom layout, what they have right now. And then number two, and then after that, after I already have completed their own classroom drawing, I want you to discuss in your group, okay, within among your group members, okay, the layout that you think works best for your students. Okay, the layout that you think works best for your students. Okay, so based on what you already have, okay, and then what you want the layout to be. Okay, as I mentioned or I shared before, there are lots of different areas, required areas. Okay, this is like a dream classroom, something like that. Okay, a dream classroom where we could have a direct teaching area, we could have a home base, group instruction area, technology area, teacher work area, transition area, workstation, and also if you want, then we could also have additional areas such as an art and craft, and then personal hygiene area and sensory area. Okay, all right. So, and then you can actually use these online apps. Actually, online apps, there are actually online apps that you can use to do some sort of like drawing of like a blueprint drawing, but depending on your level of technology. But for myself, I would definitely prefer to use just PowerPoint. Okay, but I leave it to all participants. If you feel that you want to use an app or you use whatever application that works best for you, then I'm open to any resources that you have or any kind of expertise that you have in drawing. I don't know, probably you are like so creative and no AI or something like that. So I'm opening the options for all the participants to come up with the best suggestion, classroom layout suggestion that work best for your student. And then in the drawing, I would need the participants to use icon to indicate the arrangement of the classroom. I will show you some of the examples of the floor plan of the classroom layout, and then probably they will give you an idea of like how you want the outcome to be. Okay, and then I would also need the participants to provide information for each location and reason why you design it that way. Okay, so I have actually an idea, and I would suggest for each of the participants in each breakout room. For example, if you have 10 people in your group, so probably each one of you think of one area. For example, we have direct teaching area. So probably 1 or 2 people think of where you want the direct teaching area to be, and then how are you going to arrange the materials, whether you want it to be near the students or whether you want it to be at the end, at the back of the class. Wow, that's the sound of motorcycle, so loud. Okay, and yeah, probably yeah, okay, all right. And where is it that you want the group instruction area to be? So my suggestion, but depends on the group. Okay, if you want each individual or probably 1 or 2 people to work on specific area in the classroom, you can do so. Or you want everybody to together design the classroom all together. So it depends. I leave it to the group members to do it. Okay, and then provide information. This is very important. I want you, for the proposal of your classroom layout, so I would need you to provide information for each location and also each layout. Why you put it that way? Why you arrange it this way? Okay, and the reason why you design it that way. So, all right. I think as for the information regarding the location, I would only require you to tell me that for the proposal. For your individual classroom, for your own classroom that I asked you to draw, you don't need to write that. Just use the icon to indicate the arrangement, okay? So there are 2 things that I would need you to do, participants. Okay, so this is the example of the floor plan layout. Okay, so you can see on the top here is the door, entrance door. And then, the door is here. There are 3 doors, 1, 2, and 3. So depending if you want only 1 door or 2 doors, depends. Okay, this is just an example. So first you got in the cubics, and then the teacher's PC, work area, shelf, and then puzzle area, large carpet, circle time, or group circle time area, and then the teacher's material here. There's a bin bag there, and then play area here, and then you have shelf here. Okay, and then shelf here, and then you have the computer area. Actually, the use of the shelf is number 1 is for the materials, your teaching materials, and another one is actually for barrier, for you to show that this is a designated area for specific activity. Okay, this is also a sample of floor plan. Okay, sample of the floor plan. You can actually Google it. There's lots of ideas. So this is just a sample of a floor plan. So yeah, so the door is here, example. So you have a fine motor work here, and then you have a calm down area here, and then the bathroom, sink area for self-care area, right? And then you have an independent work area here, and then play area here, and then this is for big groups, classroom teaching. Okay, and then work area here, and then teacher desk, and then computers. So it depends. Okay, this is also another sample of the classroom layout. Okay, you can get lots of ideas from Googling classroom layout. Okay, and then the 10-minute rules. Okay, the 10-minute rules. Okay, these are the things that you need to think before arranging your classroom layout. Okay, so the 10-minute rules, okay, is actually a way to determine if your classroom is well designed. So there are questions that you need to ask yourself, okay, in order to make your planning and also your, execution of your floor plan smoother. Okay, so if a visitor can come into your classroom correctly, you ask yourself, okay, if a visitor can come into your classroom and correctly answer the following types of question within 10 minutes, then you have a well-designed classroom, okay, that clearly alienates, meaning they can easily familiarize themselves with the classroom layout, okay, where specific activities and lesson will take place. They will definitely know, okay, this is for what, this is for what. Okay, so the questions are, where are math, reading, and other academics are taught? Okay, so you should have it in your floor plan. So when you ask this question, a visitor can definitely know, okay, where is it, where will it happen? Okay, and then for those participants who already have a classroom, okay, so where does there appear to be an area for group instruction? So group instruction, where do you want it to be, the group instruction? And then where are individual work areas? And then is there any area for special activities such as arts and craft? Okay, if you can ask a visitor, okay, who visits your class, and you can ask the question and they can answer correctly, meaning you already have a clear classroom layout. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is the room planning. Okay, room planning. How many students do I have? Okay, this is the classroom proposal. Okay, the classroom layout proposal. So you have to think about how many students you have. Okay, how many students do I have? Do I need various sizes of chairs and desks to accommodate my students in order for them to sit with their feet, flat feet, or something like that? If they are bent, their knees bent at 90 angle. So those are the things that you need to consider when you arrange your classroom layout. Okay, and then do any of my students have specific medical needs that require special equipment such as wheelchairs, standards, privacy screens, etc.? And if special equipment is needed, where will it be stored? Is it easier for us to get access to the material or the equipment? And then do any of my students need a work area for part of their day that is separate from other students? So this is for individual or individual work area. Okay, all right. And then also probably you could also consider the location of internet connection and electrical outlets, determine where many pieces of furniture will be located. Like for example, if you want to put computer, you want to put screen or television, so probably you would have it not near the wet area or the toilet area. So probably you go to a more safe corner. All right, so let's try to work it out. Okay, so let me revise the instruction again. Okay, one more time. So participants, you will be assigned to 10 different 10 different breakout rooms. Okay, so in the breakout room, okay, first I want you to draw your own classroom layout, right? What you have right now in your school. Okay, if you have a mainstream classroom, so just draw whatever you have right now. Okay, that is number one. So I will give you 15 to 20 minutes. Is it enough or you need more time? Can I have response on that for the time management? Is 15 to 20 minutes enough for you to draw your own class, the classroom that you have right now? Is it enough?
It's enough.
It's enough, yeah, because I think, yeah, okay, 20 minutes, okay, all right, I think 20 minutes works best, okay, not too long and not too short, okay, and then as soon as you have finished drawing your classroom layout, what you have right now, I would need you to upload it via the Google, is it Google plus Google
Google Drive, the link.
Google
Yeah.
Drive? Okay, so I would need the participants to upload it in the Google Drive. Okay, after that, I would want participants to discuss among yourself on what's the proposal layout that you would think work best for students with special needs, especially. Okay,
Madam,
so
there's a question from
yeah.
Teacher Ain Hashim. Can use any app to draw?
Yeah, no problem. You can use any app, but make sure that the app can be, I mean, for the classroom can be uploaded and also can be shared during our presentation session later. Yeah, no
maybe
problem.
they can just, maybe they to simplify, maybe they can just use even words or PowerPoint and put the shapes there, right?
Yes. I mean, I open it to all of you depending on your preference. Yeah, no problem.
Do you want the standard classroom size or center?
Okay, just make it as for the standard classroom size. This depends on number of students. So make sure when you plan, so you have already in mind how many students do you want. Like for Malaysian context, I would say for special education classroom, it's 7 to 10 students in each classroom, special education classroom. So I'm not sure about other countries, but probably we can work on, around that range would be good. All right. Okay, 1 drawing per person and 1 drawing per group. Yes. 1 drawing per person and 1 drawing per group. Yes. And make it as simple as you could, just to get the information about where you want it to be, the location of each of your area. And also during the presentation later, I would need a sharing session from each group members to share the location, why you choose to put it that way, and the benefit of your student. Without further ado, I think Puan Suhaila, can we proceed with the group presentation?
Yes, please, madam, we can proceed.
All right, so yeah, because we are supposed to end our session at 4:30, so I will give each group probably around 5 minutes, something like that, 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes to present what's the outcome of your discussion. And don't forget to share screen of the layout of your sort of dream classroom layout, and then explain a bit about the layout and why you choose to design it that way. Okay, with that, okay, can I have, do you want to go to the order or, okay, you want to go?
Sorry, you turn your microphone off.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Got unmute just got muted just now. Okay, can we have volunteers first before I call up groups?
Okay.
All right.
Room 2.
Okay, good. All right, group 2. Please proceed.
Okay, I will show my real classroom. Okay, this is my classroom plan. For the we have the big board in front of my classroom, and then there are 6 students. This one is for individual, and then after that we have I have the group activity here, and at the corner I have the play corner to give them a reward, like they finish their work to play in the back of the room, and then this one is to do the favorite activity. If them they finish all of the work that I told, they will come to the bedroom to select the one activity to do, and then this empty empty area to make a movement activity for them. And at the wall of this, I put the pictures of them to make them to feel warm, to feel like this is as a home.
Like common area, something like that, like common area. Common area.
yeah. To feel and express. Yeah. To feel and express themselves the best. And then after the group discussions, we would like to have the calm down zone at the corner next to the board for the students. Yeah, this is our room 2 conclusions. Thank you.
All right, what did you put on the board near to the coming zone? What did you put there? Do you have any idea what would you want to put there, or just like information board, or like maybe students, you know, the students product you want to paste there? What do you want to have at the board, on the board?
Oh, it's a big board. Like when I teach something, I have to write something there, and then to show the daily routine or daily tasks to do all days.
Like a whiteboard, is it? Like a whiteboard for you to write.
Yeah.
For you to write, right? Okay, all right. Okay, I think overall it's okay. It's just for the coming zone. Is it designated for, I mean, to come down students who have probably sensory issue or behavioral issue for the come zone?
Just like they don't respond for their work.
Yeah. Because actually for the coming zone, I think it need to be a bit further away from the lesson, the group lesson area. Because if you put a child or student who probably have behavioral issue there, so it will probably, you know, will distract the other students who are learning at the table, right? All right, so my suggestion, probably you can move the coming zone to the another area. So actually I can see that there's lots of other place that you can, you know, move the coming zone to. So probably you can think of where is the best that you can move it to. Yeah?
Yeah, I will send.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so, but
yeah,
I
because
will try the suitable area.
Yeah, of course when they have issues, you know, to calm them down, they need time, right? Because when they are screaming, they are, you know, crying.
Okay. I think near the teachers is good place.
You want to have it near the teacher so that the teacher can control. Okay, good idea anyway. So just put him behind the cupboard, right? So that the child also cannot run away from the teacher's table, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Okay, thank you, Group 2 and Ms. Pilawan, for your sharing. Very interesting. See? From your sharing, then we were able to see, I mean, how you think and then how we can maximize the use of our classroom space, right? Okay, thank you for your sharing anyway. All right, good
Yeah,
job,
too.
group 2. It's not about what's wrong or what's right, actually. It's just want to get an idea, or probably our idea, we need to get other people to also see. Probably other people also have their own idea. Thank you for your sharing. Okay, can we have another group? I really love to see the background of your screen. Really
Room 5.
calming.
Room 5 is ready, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Cairo Aini, you want to share?
Yeah, group
Yeah, please.
7.
Yes, please share.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start now. Thank you.
Let me share my screen, please.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So, okay, is it there? Can you see my, my screen? Okay, so basically, this is what our group 7 have come up with. So we have discussed and also designed the layout, the classroom layout together. So there, can see the entrance door at the bottom there. And also the toilet. Why we put the toilet there? Because at first we put the toilet next to the pantry, so it was not really nice, you see. So we let the toilet be a little bit far away there. So when the kids come into the class, because this class is a primary classroom, primary students.
How many students overall? How many students in total? Yeah, I know.
We haven't discussed. We didn't discuss on that, but should be small group.
Okay, all right. But because I can see there are 8 desks there. Yeah, so probably you have around 8 to 10 students.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right. So we try to include all the areas needed. As you can see that they come into the class, and then the first thing that we'll see the group instructional area, which is I think this is the where they do the what do you call that, circle time. So they do the group, they're going to sit there in the group, and then they also have the individual tables for each students. And then as you can see that there's the teacher's work area, where the supplies cabinet we put at the back, so easier for the teacher to control.
All right.
As well as so as well as the technology area computer, because we mentioned that it's easier for the teacher to do the surveillance. They mentioned, our group mentioned that.
So the teacher needs to control both sides, right? On the supply cabinet and also technology area computer, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so that's the direct teaching area, which is, I think that's the one-to-one session with the teacher. And then as you can see, the calm and or timeout area at the bottom there is separate from the other areas. We purposely put it there.
All right.
Yeah, it's a boarded area.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we also have the pantry and the countertop. I think we put a small, there should be a small sink there. And also the dining table. So as for the additional area, that's where the students do their artwork. And then we also have the gallery there to display all their artworks, all their works lah. And the toy rack there. So it's basically a relaxed area. So, and we also have the multimedia. What is that? I cannot see in my own slide. Wait. Yeah. So basically that is the layout of our classroom that we have designed for group 7.
All right. Okay, thank you, Ms. Carol Aini. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, really interesting layout, because I think you have thought really deeply on what you want to have and why you have it there. And also thinking about the, surveillance and also the control of how the teacher is going to work around the classroom, I would say. So really thought out plan. Okay, just an additional point that maybe we can add up to is actually for the dining table and for additional area. If you don't have enough space to create a separate space for that, you can actually combine it together. It's just that for the dining table, they are doing it individually, and of course they eat individually, but in the artwork or sensory area, they can sit together and do the activity together. So I mean, it is correct. It is there's nothing wrong there. But my suggestion, if you have limited area, then you can combine those two areas. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank
Sure,
you
sure.
very much. Really good
right.
presentation.
Thank you.
Right. Good job. All right. So can we move on to the next group? Okay, can we move on to the next group? Anybody else want to share? Thank you.
Group 5.
Okay. Mr. Chem Danupon, you want to share? Or Nurul
Yes,
Shafika?
but another member will share the screen.
All right.
I will present.
Oh, okay. So you work together really nicely. So I really love this group. Okay, thank you. All right, please proceed.
Okay, we have many areas in here. I will start with the teacher desk in next to the whiteboard, because we think the teacher can control, like can see the view, maybe the big view of the classroom when you put the teacher in front of the class. Yeah, and the left one, independent work area, so students can focus on their independent work. And we have supply shelves for supplies. And the next one is play area. We put the play area behind the class because we think students can focus on the lesson, and there are many toys in there, so toys can distract the student.
Yeah.
And we have one-on-one teaching area behind the class, and we put the frame or partition, make it private, so students can focus on teacher, not their friends. And we have transition area, the TV, computer, calm area. And I think transition area is next to the wall for the electric supply for TV, computer, next to the door. And we also have movement activity areas. We put it in the middle because I think it is big space for movement or doing movement activities. Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, okay. All right, really interesting. So I can see that you have really give a thought of where you want it to be. Like for example, for independent work area, it is close to probably supply and also materials, right? Because we want them to work independently so they can have easy access to the materials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also the play area also suitable, because we don't want it to be too close to the group instruction or for the in the classroom area, in the learning lesson area, because we don't want to distract the we don't want the toys to distract the students. All right, and then we have again the teacher's desk is near to the transition area or the TV, computer, so that the teacher can have a close supervision of the equipment there. And then the movement activity area is in the middle. It's like a point, the main point of the classroom, like in the middle of the classroom, so that you can have a big space for the student to move around, I think. And also it helps with the transition. If they need to move from the group activity area to the play area, so they will have enough space for them to move. And one-to-one teaching area, I think works okay with that, because we can lessen the distraction from another student. Just an additional point for this group, Okay, probably you can also consider for the one-to-one teaching area to be in the middle, meaning the movement and activity area, you bring it to the back, and one-to-one teaching area in the middle, because when you are teaching as a classroom, sometimes you would have a few students who would need extra, or you would need extra attention, right? So the teachers, the student can also sit in their designated seating or their personal seating, which is the purple desk. But for those who need extra attention or extra explanation, they can sit at the area, at the one-to-one teaching area. They're still in the classroom setting teaching, but the teacher can go to the back and sit, really closely to them and explaining to them what is it that the lesson is about. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, all right. Thank you. Okay, for the sharing. Okay, really good idea. All right, can we move on to the next group? Okay, group 9. Okay, please proceed. Group 9. Okay, great job. Yeah. Group 9.
Okay. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, you can share your screen.
Yeah. Hi, Cikgu Nazmin.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, yeah. All right. I just share the layout that I have suggested to my teachers, to my teacher before. So there will have around 20 students, which is 5 to 6 students have speech, 6 students have autism, 1 visual impaired students, and 8 multiple needs students. So
how many teachers teaching in this
okay.
class?
I think I have shared you before when we talked with Dr. Hasna. We have lack of teachers, human resource. For this school, we only have 1 teachers and 1 support teachers.
All right.
1 support teacher. So at that time they have chaos or how to support the students, since their needs is multiples, right? There's the category of needs. So what I have suggested, since they have a lot of table there were located, so I suggested I plan the layout like this, where the teacher cabinet and cubist is the one that built in, so I cannot move it. So what I have to do, I place the teachers area over there, so that they can use the cabinet for their belongings. Okay.
For storage
and
of
then,
materials, right?
Yeah, and then anything with resources teachers also can be put under cubist.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I have to put all the students' resources all at the cubist, because the students with autism, for her students, they always pick the resources, and then they like to eat. So for the safety, I suggested to put at the cubist. And then for the workstation or one-to-one area, support area, I plan to put in front of the teacher's area, because it's easy for her to monitor the students. Okay, and then I only put 2 tables there for the workstation, because the student, the timetable, they have part-time only for the behavior students. And then this meeting area for the officers or any visitors to come in. So there's a proper, even though they have teaching at the time, we still can proceed the meeting. And then the cabinet for back is the is I put pictures with name.
so they know where to put their bag. So once they put their bag here, their belongings, okay, here, they have to fill in their attendance. This is the attendance area. Okay, why I put the attendance area here, so that they know their to be independent, to switch on, to switch from the primary to secondary level, because for the secondary level they have to know the timetable, and then they have to know their daily routine, and then once they
may I ask you, how do they, verify their attendance? Do they put their picture, their card, or something like that?
Okay, for these students, two of them, they have to write their name with dotted lines. And then the three students, autism students, they don't know how to read. They just pass their name with the Velcro. And then the other students, they only put the pictures.
Oh, all right.
They only put the pictures.
Even for the attendance area, you already designated, the function of the area depending on the students' level, right?
Yeah. That's why we have to know the ability and the level of the students before we do the layout.
Yes, very.
And then, once they fill in their attendance, they have to go to the visual daily timetable, which they know what to do at that time. What is their activity for that day, right? And then this is the learning area or the group area for the learning students. For the students only have learning disability, they can go to here. And then the relaxed calm area, for example, if there is a students, for the students, they have autism and then reluctant to go to school. So every time she go to school, she always have a tantrum, and then suggest to go to the relax or calm area. And then after 10 minutes, after she's calm down, she can go to circle time area, and then go to the one-to-one station.
Okay.
Okay. The dining area, what I put here, it is because it is near to the door. At the back, that is at the back, they can go to the toilet, the nearest toilet there. Okay, so I think that's all. Why I put the learning area or group student here, because this whiteboard cannot be placed another place.
Oh, okay.
This is
the only location that is suitable.
that is permanent. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you have to work on, based on what you have, what's the resources.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I think overall it works okay. It's just that I know that you mentioned before that the whiteboard is fixed, so it cannot be moved to other place. And then as for the relax or calm area, maybe you can try to find an area. If it is not that close to the learning area, that is okay. But if it is too close, so try to move it to a bit further, because we don't want it to be, to distract the students who are in the learning area. But overall, if it is quite far, then it's okay. But it is too close, then we don't want the screaming and the crying would distract the students who are at the learning area, because we know that this kind of students who reluctant to go to school and have difficulty with adjustment of their schedule, so they need time to to calm down and to relax themselves. So probably we move the relax or calm area a bit further away. And as for the learning area, because the whiteboard is in front, so I would suggest for the seating to be facing the teacher. All right. So I know that you want it to be also in the group activity, but during the common learning activity, so make sure the chairs is facing in front. Other than that, I think it's okay. Like for the meeting area, I mentioned just now, if you want to have like therapists to come in your classroom. If you feel that you can provide an area for them, it's okay. But if you feel that your class has a limited space, so probably you need to take it up. You don't need to prepare a specific space for the meeting area. But like I said, depending on the capacity that you have in your space, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so others, I think okay, like workstation and one-to-one support area is okay because how they work is depending on their schedule, because like workstation and one-to-one support area, they don't sit there the whole day. So sometimes they just finish off 3 tasks and then they can just walk away.
Yes.
Yeah, and they take turn to go to the workstation, right? All right. Okay, so thank you. Really good sharing.
Okay,
And
thank
also,
you.
yeah, and also like giving us ideas on how we could, you know, come up with the layout of plan in our classroom. So thank you, Miss.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. Your face look very familiar. I don't know where.
Yeah, we have been work together to build our curriculum with Dr. Hasna before.
I was with Dr. Hasna in the yeah. That's why I can see your face so familiar.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay, happy to.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Okay.
nice to meet you too. Okay, see you.
I see you.
All right. So another group is presenting. So group 1. Okay. Please proceed, group 1.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
My partner will share the screen.
All right, please proceed.
Okay. So this is what we had envisioned in our classroom layout. So there's the ICT area for the technology area, because normally the socket are nearby the entrance. There's like 2 entrance there. And then the whiteboard is on the right side. And there's also file cabinet for teachers.
I'm sorry to interrupt. How many students and how many teachers are you planning to have in this classroom?
In this classroom, we're planning to have 4 teachers. 4 students, 1 teacher, and 1 PPM.
All right. 4 students. 4 students.
Yeah, 4 students. Okay. And then there's the file cabinet, stationery, students' bookshelf for the students to put their bags and their bags, normally put their bags, and then sofa for them to lounge or during breaks or anything. And then the stationery area is where they can take out their stationaries. And then if you can see, the bookshelf is where the teachers put their books, so that the students can easily take their books from the bookshelf. And then the teachers area is also where we put the table, and also where it is a no students area. So meaning if we put the table over there, the teacher can supervise the students in class or students during their working time. And also the working area is where they can do their individual work. And for the teaching aid, it's also included in teachers area, where we can take our materials to teach in class and to sort it out. And for self-management room, we can use it for the calming whenever they had tantrums. And also they can use for group instruction area, and also playroom. Meaning to say that self-management, they can be turned into another area based on what the teachers want. And also on the left side, we can see the tabletop, dishwashing area, dish rack. That's basically where the students will have their meals, and where the pantry is all there. And also that if you can see that the students and the teachers' restroom are nearby, there's sink that they can wash themselves, wash their face, and also the laundry area in case some of them like how to say it, like laundry area, if they dirty their clothes or anything related to that. So that is from group 1.
Okay, so congratulations. I can see that this group is they are so proactive and so actively discussing. So because I was in the room most of the time, all right. So sometimes I can hear their discussion. They've been from the beginning to the end. They've been like so actively discussing. So congratulations with that. So I can see that this classroom is more on one of your friend mentioned. It looks like a house, right?
Yes, because like if we logically speaking in Malaysia we couldn't get this, like, because like even though in my school my class is only half of a classroom. So basically it's separated, like if you want to have the dining area and all that, we had another class, but it's not attached to one classroom.
Okay, so if that's so I think your classroom layout could actually be be divided into two sections, right? One is for lesson and another one is for additional, like for additional activity like self-management, teaching aid room, something like that, which actually you probably go there once or twice a day, right?
Yeah.
So most of the time the student will spend most of the time on the lesson area or the classroom area, which is on the right side, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I think overall, I mean the plan is okay. So just I mentioned before, it should be because reality-wise, it's hard for us to get this size of classroom relatively. Okay, even in junior school also we don't have this size of classroom. Okay,
but this is
of
what
course,
we envision to for our kids.
your dream classroom, of course you want to have the best area, best place for our students. All right, so so which one is the entrance, the main entrance or the entrance, which one the
main entrance is the one with the main entrance. Then the entrance is probably the second exit for like safety purposes. Like normally normal class should have two doors, right?
Definitely.
So that is what we are trying to do here.
Because I can see that you already have planned with the bookshelf and the stationery area, but if you could compare with the previous group just now, they even plan on the arrival of the students. So when the student arrive, as they enter the main entrance, what should they do first? Or of course, number one, they should come up with their attendance, verify the attendance, and then where should they put their bags, where should they put their lunch pack or something like that. So probably you can still arrange it so that you would have like two separate what do you call the area, but when the student come in, they will have access to both area, right?
Right.
So they have to settle down the first section first, which is the arrival, and then go to the classroom for the lesson.
All right. So we need to say that the shelf that near the main entrance, should we change it to students' bookshelf so that they can put their stuff and belonging there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, like doing a parking first. You park first, doing the parking first, and then you decide where you want to go, what should you go to, something like that. That's the first thing that they do. But other than that, I think this is brilliant. If we can have this type of classroom, okay, that will be fantastic. Okay,
that would be super fantastic.
Never stop dreaming and never stop, hoping. Hopefully in the future we'll have this kind of classroom. All right, so thank you, Maria, and
thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll proceed with another group. Okay, I would really love to see, delighted to see this kind of, hope and positive hope from our teachers out there for our special needs students. Really, really fantastic. Okay, is there any other group who have not presented? Can we have it now? Because now it's already 4:39, so time really flies. Okay. All right, so which group is this?
Okay, good afternoon. This is from group 8.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, this is what we have discussed earlier. And okay, in this classroom, we assume that we have 4 students. Okay, as we can see here, there are several areas here. So we try to put the necessary areas that were presented by Madam Nesmin earlier. So that's what we're trying to do.
It's okay.
We try to put all the areas that should be in this classroom. So okay, the first thing is we have the front door here. As you notice in this picture, there's a arrow there, and this is what we did in our class because it's during this pandemic. So we have to have arrows to show the students where they come in and where they go out. Okay, so okay, the first area is the direct teaching area. These tables are arranged facing the whiteboard. Okay, so okay, next to it is the group instruction area. It's a semicircle shape. Okay, where they do the group activities. And next to it, we have the play area. So maybe what we can do here is something like the circle time or the storytelling. And there are, as you notice, there are 4 workstations. So 1 each for all the 4 students. So they will have their own workstation. And next to it is the technology area, okay, where we can put the computers and other things that they need. Okay?
Media, like something media
Yes.
area equipment, right?
Yeah. And okay, there's a teacher's work area also, and there's a mini pantry. Since we talk about a classroom that is not that big, but so we cannot put a kitchen in it. So we discussed about this and we said we just put a mini pantry in this classroom. And next to it is for the arts and craft. And oh, I forgot about the sanitizing area. That's the first thing they have to do as they enter the classroom. Okay, I think that's all from group 8.
Okay, thank you, group 8. Yeah, really carefully thought area and not compromising the situation right now, or considering really seriously about what's happening with the COVID-19 and everything. So you prepare the sanitizing area, so it's good to have that. And also you also have the bag storage. Yes, should be when they enter, so we manage their arrival first, which is the bag storage, and also their attendance. Okay, really good. And then going further, you have the direct teaching area and also the whiteboard in front. Yeah, of course, the direct teaching area is not only one-to-one session, but can also be in a small group lesson. Okay, so it's okay there. And then you have the shelf, okay, at the corner, top corner. And then technology area, and then you have 4 workstation there for each of students individual. And then play area, and then people's work display, and then teachers work area, teachers chair, and then the cupboard and materials, and then the cleaning equipment at the back. And then in the middle, you have the group instruction area, all right, with the individual students sitting. All right, I think overall it looks really nice actually. Of course, in our dream classroom would be like this. Okay, so spacious and lots of areas that we can make use of. For sure, our students would definitely enjoy this kind of area, right? And also, I like that you put the play area and also pupils' work display at the back. to, you know, lessen the probably the distraction or, you know, their tendency to play when they have direct teaching, right? Okay, so really carefully thought plan. I think I don't have much comment on this group. Overall, I think this works really nicely and really carefully thought. All right, so congratulations to group A.
Thank you very much, madam.
All right, thank you. So can we, how many groups have not presented? Okay, there's one comment, do not block the back door for the children's safety. Yeah, I think they just block it for entrance only, right? Yeah, of course we cannot block the door because we need to have at least 2 access to the classroom. All right, are we all done? Or we have Lucy, Chu?
Already, madam. I presented just now.
Oh, all right, all right, all right. So, do we have all the groups? Have all the groups presented? Or no? Group 10, not yet. Okay, group 10. Can we have group a representative from group 10? Okay, all right. Please continue.
Okay, I'll just jump into it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, because I know the time constraint.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am Karenisa. Okay, what is this? Start my video. Okay, so I'm Karenisa from Brunei. So actually, when we were designing this, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, all right. So when we designed this, because I'm actually teaching in a bungalow that we have kitchen training readily available. We have a multi-sensory room. We have a therapy room. So when we design this, the classroom is for teaching only.
Okay.
So bear in mind that we do have our mock-up bedroom. We have a multi-sensory room, therapy room, kitchen training room already elsewhere.
Okay.
So so just
because
go
it is
through.
a house, right? So you have
Yes, it's basically
yeah.
Yes, we have basically it's a bungalow.
Yeah.
So this we have one access door. Okay, so next to it, we thought that actually first of all it used to be my materials area over there. So, but some of the ladies suggested that we should put a visual schedule and attendance for their attendance. And then we have a group instruction area, which I have in my classroom already. And then we do have an activity area over there on that side. And media area, just now we plan to put a musical instrument or probably like TV or anything that is like recreational is the area at the corner there.
All right.
So yeah. So we have craft area where we do craft, and then we do have so that's why we put the materials on the site, so it's readily available on the site. And then some of the teachers also suggested that we make the computer area on the side bigger. It used to be a small printer. I put it's actually for my printing area. And then we have cupboard I think on the left side of my side, cupboard area. The cupboard is it's fully, it's really like cupboard from top to bottom cupboard. So there we put, usually there I put the, what do you call this?
Supplies or teaching materials?
Teaching materials, books, and we use it as a display board.
Right.
So one of the ladies participants also I think, I don't remember her name, Hanis maybe, she suggested to have a calming area on the side, nearer to the sink, probably like a small sofa, or probably like
Or a carpet
we will
even.
think,
A
yeah,
carpet,
a carpet. It's like a calming area. So basically, when we designed it, I told them that just bear in mind that the rooms that we have already in Brunei was already basically this is just a classroom. So yeah, so I don't know what else I can say. Yes. So anything else that we could improve on, Puan?
Yeah, okay, all right. So I think, do you think that you could provide the isolation or calming area over there, or do you have any other room that you can use?
Yeah, actually, in Brunei we have a mock-up bedroom. So kalau if our student is not feeling well, we do have a mock-up bedroom. Okay, yeah, mock-up bedroom, one room for that, and then we have one room for calming area, which is the multi-sensory room. So yeah, so basically, kalau if they are like having tantrum, we usually remove them. We bring them. Okay, you sit here, you calm yourself down, and after a while they will calm themselves in the class, in the room, in that room, in the multi-sensory room. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Because why I asked, because it is like when you mentioned it's a bungalow, so of course they have probably they have like different room, or you can make use of other space that for that. But bear in mind that the isolation or calming area should always be attended with teachers supervision. Yeah, and also should be time. How long should they be in the area, so that they would not make it as an excuse to not joining the class. But
paham.
Yeah, I think other than that, it's okay.
Anything else? Yeah, I think it's
yeah, it works actually. With the given space. And yeah, I think the suggestion of visual schedule attendance is actually a good idea for you to have that at the entrance, and also the students cupboard, so that they can locate and put their bags and their whatever materials there first.
Okay, for ruang ketibaan, we have a space for that. We have cubbies, cubicles outside outside my classroom. Outside my classroom, we have cubicles actually. They come, they take off their shoes. We have a visual schedule. They will come, take off schedule, put their bags in their cubbies, in their cubicles, and then they will proceed to their classroom. So that's how it is. That's why it's not included in this classroom.
Okay, all right, that's good. That's good then.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So
that's all.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful. That's nice. So yeah, I hope that you can see the functionality of the area, and then the movement, how's the students' mobility and their easiness of movement in the area. And probably in the future, if you want to you make adjustment, or change a bit on the layout and everything, so it's good for you to try that also, because sometimes we want to see also students' reaction to that, right? The changes of the layout or something like that. But make sure they are comfortable with the area first, with the current layout that you have right now. Then only make some adjustment, change a bit here and there, and see how they cope with the the difference or the new changes of the area. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Right,
thank you, Puan. Thank you.
For good sharing. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you. Okay. Are we all done with all the group? Group 1 done. Group 2 done. Group 3 done. I'm not sure whether we have group 3 or not. I'm so sorry if I missed the information. Group 3. Group 3 done or not? Can somebody from group 3 respond?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. All right. Can we have it is the
Okay, I can present, but somebody in my group can present the plan.
All right. Okay. So this is the final group, right? All right. Okay. So I can see now. All right. Please continue. Okay, 3, 4, 6. Thank you. So now we have group 3. All right, so who's going to present in this group? Okay, well done, the other groups, okay.
Nobody want to.
Just explain the area only. So we don't have much time. So probably just explain just tell us about the area. Just a simple explanation.
Okay. Apa ni?
Okay.
So I will present for my groups.
All right, thank you.
This plan we have discussed earlier. So combining from Brunei and Malaysia style.
All right.
Maybe.
Okay. Multi-nation classroom.
Yeah.
Right.
So the entrance is 2 entrance, 2 doors here, and then got window here. The student come to the room, and then there is a shoe rack here. So the student put their shoes there, and I think including the bag and all their belongings. And then they go to transition area here. They have to wait until the teacher give instruction where to go. But normally in Brunei, if the student come early, they will go directly to the circle time area here. So here they have to socialize with other friends, and sometimes we have to discuss with them about their names, the weather, the date of the day, everything, and what have they done the day before during the circle time. Okay. Circle time also we use for the workstation for grouping. If in Brunei workstation, normally we use we have the individual workstation, especially for the autism student, so that they can do their SLA, structured learning approach, using pictures, what else, visual schedule. So they have their own workstation. So here the shelf for materials, which kept here. And then transition area, just now, if all the student is already coming, so the student will be located to or proceed to their own area. If, for example, 2 students have to go to multisensory area, or another 2 students go to computer, and then 2 students with go to daily living skill, especially for the student which is unable to learn in academically. And then here is the eating and cooking area, especially for during break time. The student have to sit this area only. they cannot move to other place so that they will not going to do a mess or and then here is a bookshelf area which is for technology area. We have 2 computers here and the student can use the computer for their own for example for digital art, reading. And in the middle here, this is a bookshelf for reading corner. Reading corner, we use only pillow or bin bag here. We put here so that they can, they will have their own learning style. No need to put proper with desk or whatever. Just a pillow and a bin bag.
Sitting area.
Here is the direct teaching area where the interactive whiteboard put here. So the maximum number of students is 8 here. We can put 8 students here. And then at the corner on the left side, there is a play area and multi-sensory area. Actually, if we have to accommodate multi-sensory area, but only the small item only to be kept here, because if the big item, I think we need the special room for multi-sensory area. And we have a sink next to the eating and cooking area also. Home base is usually for tantrum student, we can put here for timeout. They can come here, put a tent or something that can make the student relax. I think that's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you, Madam Siti Salama, for the sharing.
Yeah.
All right, so I think overall you have tried your best to try to fit in all the areas in the
Yes.
in the space given to you, which is actually really good if you have this. But as I mentioned before, okay, if you have limited space, so probably you can combine some of the areas, like for example, the play area and the multi-sensory area. If you don't have enough space, you can join it together. It's just like for the materials used, you can, prepare a cupboard, a lock cupboard, so that you can have easy access to the materials there. And then other than that, as for the door and the shoe rack, so probably you can also add in their attendance there and also their bag rack there, so that they can have it during arrival to put their bag there.
Yes.
Yeah, and also, yeah, it's a good decision for you to put the eating and cooking area together with the personal hygiene near to the sink, because probably definitely you will need that access to the sink, right? Because you are sharing the sink.
Yes.
Together. Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, I think yeah, good planning. It's just that some of the areas it will be good if you can have separately, but if that's not the case, then you can also join the space together. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
thank you. All right. Okay, can we go to the next group? Okay, good job.
Madam, group 6.
Yeah, please proceed. And the last one would be group 4, right? All right. Okay, please proceed.
The other slide, please.
The other one, madam.
Yeah, the other one, the last one that I shared.
This is the last one, madam. Wait, I'll check it.
Yung ano yan, Loy, walang buhat ah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, while waiting, can we have group 4 to get ready? Yeah, last group 4. While waiting for this group to present.
Madam, this one.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am from group 6. I will be present for my group. And I'm sorry if my English is not really good.
It's
actually.
okay. It's okay as long as we can understand, no problem.
This is very simple classroom. Actually, just a simple classroom because there's a multisensory room, like help room at the other, not in the class actually. And then the teaching aids and materials also not we are not keep the teaching aids or materials for teaching in this class also. So only a simple class plan actually. Yeah, class plan actually. Then so I think this is actually practical for direct teaching or grouping teachings, and I like to use. I think the use of office chairs is for teachers to to assess to all the students if necessary, and then we the projector is for multimedia presentation or entertainment, maybe for rewards. Also got the circle rack here with the bean bags for chillings area, like leisure activities like reading big books for the students or brainstorming. And then in this classroom also got a games and activity area. This area is for activities that require movement because the desk is for the students to really focus and actually for maybe writing and reading activities, something like that. And the computers also for searching for informations or entertainment also for presentations, teaching presentations, and also got the storage at the back and the teacher desk. I think this is very simple class plan, but it's really practical for me. But but I really need your other opinions too to improve. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for sharing. I think strategically thinking or like, realistically thinking, this would be the best that we can come up with the current classroom that we have right now, right?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, all right. So yeah, of course, we start off with the door and then we have the storage and then game and activity area. So how many students are you planning to have in this classroom?
This also can maybe
many
9 or 10.
This
Maybe
one
9
can
or 10.
accommodate how many students?
9 or 10 students in
9
this classroom.
All right, 9 or 10 students. Yeah, because when we have bigger number of students, of course, we cannot have too much space. And also we have to try to join as many space, join together or combine the space together so that we would not need too much of furniture and too much of materials, being clumped in around in the classroom, right? So I think even though this group, they use less area, but I can see that most of the areas are like, accessible for the big number of students. All right. So probably like a teacher's desk. So maybe you can have that as a play area because teacher's desk actually is an option. Probably you can join together teacher's desk with the storage area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so probably you can have at the back, play area, because play area is very important because together with the play area, you can have also multisensory area. You can also have the reading area for the kids to, just steam off a bit from their table so that they can run or they can do whatever they want at the back of the classroom. So that will also be a reward for them. As soon as they finish, they can go to the play area. Other than that, I think it's okay. Good job with this group. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, that's all. Thank you. And yeah, we'll go to the last group. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay.
All right, group 4. Do you have anybody representing group 4? The last group, our last group for today. Any representative from group 4? Or do we not have anybody from group 4? I don't know, Puan Suhaila, do you have to, how do we go about? It's already 5:11.
Yeah, it's already
We
5:11.
still need to
So, but
wait
we can wait for
the
group 4.
last group, or how?
Yeah, if the last group members, anyone from group 4 would like to present? Anyone from group 4? There's at least one representative from group 4. So we can wrap up the training sessions for today. Because I do have important announcements to share. Anyone from group 4? Okay, let's just do countdown. Okay, we count till 5.
Yeah.
Like
5,
4,
3,
3,
2,
group 4, kali group 4.
calling the last time.
1, group 4. Group 4.
Lelong.
Okay, I think.
Ting ting.
Someone's laughing in the chat box. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so looks like no one from group 4 is presenting. Maybe they're having internet connection or they're having some issues we don't know. But I'm sure they would like to participate. But it's okay. The rest of the other groups have been doing so well for today.
Yeah, congratulations to all of other groups.
Good job.
Good
Yeah.
job.
So Madam Nazmin, I hope you can wrap up before I close for today. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I would love to congratulate all of you for being like so attentive. Okay, even though I would love to be in front of you, sitting together, working together with all of you, especially in creating materials. Of course, I would love to do hands-on activity where we can actually create the materials together. But yeah, probably, inshallah, if the COVID-19 is so I can go visit Thailand, can go visit Brunei, Indonesia, or Thailand, or whichever SEAMEO country, so that to be together and we can do more of sharing and discussion in the future. But overall, as a wrap up, okay, so today I have covered a bit on just actually, this is actually not really that expensive enough, but at least I would love for you to get an idea of what is the arrangement or the layout of the classroom when we want to plan our layout of the classroom. Because we have lots of things that we have to think of, not only that it is for teaching, but also the needs of our students. When we need to break, when we need to have a break, when we need to have a individual one-to-one teaching, so there are spaces that we teachers can provide for our students so that they can, stay in the classroom and, be as much as focused and, following with the teacher's lesson. And also, not only the layout of the classroom, but also the materials and also supplies arrangement is very important, because we need to make sure that the supplies does not, hinders with the student, also help student to be independent in the learning. Okay, not only entirely depending on the teacher to provide the materials for the student, but also the student can work independently to get what they want. But it comes with, training and also explaining for the student, for them to understand, not to eat crayon. Okay, all right, so with that, I would love to, I would want also to apologize if there's any wrong things that I said. Okay, anything that my words, the word choice that I used today might, some somehow, you know, make upset anybody. So, and I hope that we could still see each other in the future. And yeah, hope all my sharing is beneficial for everybody. Thank you.